Welcome, everybody, to the Alabama Bass Trail presented by Phoenix Boats. My name is Robbie Floyd. Good to be back. It's the ABT South Division. We're here at Logan Martin Lake. Boy, I got a lot of voices in my ear today, but that's something we'll be dealing with today because one of our fearless leaders is not here. Kay Donaldson, not here with us. She's with her son, Jake, covering the Montevallo baseball team. Hopefully he wins 2 today, and they will go on to the championship tomorrow. But again, Kay, we miss you. But as I mentioned, it's the ABT South. It's stop number 4 of 5. Now, these teams trying to make it to the ABT championship, get in that top 75. Okay, that's one thing. But the big thing is they're trying to get in that top 9 that they can possibly fish the Bassmaster Classic next year. But the one thing that each one of these teams is dealing with is a lot of pressure because there's 224 boats that are trying to beat them today, and it's a one-day tournament. So 225 take off, 225 check in, and we will crown one champion. Now, at each event, we're over $40,000, 50, 60, 70. Depends on what kind of sponsorship you have on the side that might kick in. But we've got a lot of sponsors, and without them, it wouldn't be possible. So we'd like to thank people like, of course, it's the Alabama Bass Trail presented by Phoenix Boats, but the Black Rifle morning show. We're going to be in the studio. We're going to have 3 different boats out there on the water covering things throughout the day. America's First and First Federal Credit Union, their Bass Cash. A lot of money is up for grabs for these guys. You catch the biggest bass in the tournament, you get an extra payday. You wear ABT gear and you're the highest finisher, you get an extra payday. The teams that are going to be fighting are going for $10,000 for that first place prize. We play all the way to 40th place. Looking at the sun right now, John, I'm looking at our tournament director, John Simpson. John, do you think we'll be ready to go? Because I know we try and take off as soon as it is safe daylight. So it's getting pretty close. Looking for we'll be about right after the National, about 5 to 10 minutes. So we should be able to get. Lorianne, I want you to look over to the left because Lincoln Landing is unbelievable. They've just built it. They were still building it last year, but without them and these guys, I mean, look at this facility. This is a world-class facility, and you're about to see some of the best anglers. I want to give a tip to the hat to Will Davis, who fishes the Alabama Bass Trail, taking the win on the Bassmaster Elite Series last weekend. So a guy that you would see out here this weekend could win the Alabama Bass Trail. There's Kenneth Grover. He's going to be out there covering boats on the water today as well. Darian Craig's going to be here, as well as Jason Durant. Again, my name is Robbie Floyd. I'm filling in for Kay Donaldson. So Darian's going to be out on the water in my place. I'm going to be in Kay's place. But again, one thing I want to point out before I even get to that studio, and again, Kay's watching remotely, I promise you, nobody works harder at their job in the sport of bass fishing than she does. I told her I'd give her a hard time. This is our 10th year. We'll be capping it off here. It's my last one until I can do the ABT 100s. But I want to give a tip of the hat to her and a shout out to her because she wants to be here, but nobody's more important than her family and trying to win baseball tournament this weekend. So, Kay, thank you for everything you do. It is tough. And I know that it's tough for her to be somewhere and not at the ABT. So, again, 225 boats ready to take off. John, I think that we might be solid here pretty soon. Kenneth taking off at the same time. We could be good to do it after the national anthem. So, again, we're going to have 3 boats covering on the water. I'll be in the studio and trying to keep you straight. We've got camera boats for you watching the Alabama Bass Trail on television on Bally Sports Southeast. But we'd like to kick it off the same way we do each and every stop of the Alabama Bass Trail. If you would, please rise. Take off your hats. Pay tribute to all of our soldiers here in the U.S. and around the world with the playing of our national anthem. Let's do this, boys and girls. Again, $50,000, over $50,000 up for grabs at each and every stop at the Alabama Bass Trail presented by Phoenix Boats. We're glad you can be a part of it. Logan Martin Lake. It's the fourth stop at the ABT South. We still have one more to go. Again, guys, make sure when you go by us, say your boat number. Don't just wave your hand. I'm going to try and keep looking down and get you out as fast as possible. If you think there's a shad spawn, you want to pay attention and listen to me, and we'll get out there. Again, winners like Rob Lee, Steve Winsett, Lanier Burton, Kelly J, Kobe Carden, Chris Rutland, our recent winners on the ABT South. They're out there trying to win another $10,000. Well, let's do it. I see fish activity on the water. Let's bring up boat number one. You are free to go, guys. Good luck. Tony Hogan, Vernon Ward, you are free to release. Again, try and make your way to either the left or the right of this boat, or it's usually left because that's the way out to the water. But if you can say your number, Brandon Rufo, Marshall Rufo, you are next, please. 225 boats taking off back-to-back. Those of you watching on YouTube throughout the week or the month. Those watching on Facebook Live right now, Derek Hutchins and Jay Hutchins, you're free to go. Boat number 3. Boat number 4, John Brown, Trey Sorrells, free to release. Again, say your boat number so I hear you. Stephen Rogers, Jacob Rogers, free to go. Followed by boat number 6, Garrett Carter, Gene Carter. I'd like to welcome back the Carters. Joe Wyckoff, Alan Davis, lucky number 7. Boat number 8, Rob Lee, Steve Williams. Yep, talked about them winning Lake Martin, trying to win here. They're 6 in Angler of the Year points. Need another strong finish to try and get closer to making to that Bassmaster Team Championship. Slowly work your way up to this boat and then go. Boat number 10, Dean Robinson, Joel Hughes. You know where you're at in this line. If you're not in this first flight, don't get up here. Boat 11, Shane Horton, Brandon Horton. You're good. Boat 12, Brady Bowden and Joseph Lacey. Boat 13, Lucky 13, Josh Brogdon and Wade Cannon. Boat 14, Joey Davidson, Tullis Lanier. Thank you, guys. Boat number 15, Shane Powell, Tim Fox. Slides a Fox in there in boat 15. 16, Mike Freeman, Zach Freeman. Just slowly start working your way this way, guys, if you know you're heading up here. Boat 17, I mentioned them, Lake winner, Lanier Burton, Kelly J, 7th in Angler of the Year points, only 36 points out of the Angler of the Year. Boat 18, Danny Kofer and Kevin Kofer. Boat 19, Lucas Lindsay and Brendan Holt. You are free to go. Again, keep it down past us. Nobody should be passing you coming to us. They should, if you're slow enough, they're going to get you down the line. Boat 19, Lucas Lindsay, Brennan Holt in the 19. Boat number 20, John Tyler, Bobby Brown. It's his prerogative. Boat 21, Daryl Crenshaw, Billy Adamson. Boat 22, you're free to go. That's Joey Hatterhold, Tim Hatcher. Joey Hatterhold's solid, dude. He can play some golf, too. I'm here to tell you, good luck, guy. Boat 23, Edgar McMichael, Dale McMichael, free to release. Thank you. Boat 24, Waylon Mullis, Jeff Fansler. I'm a big Fansler. Big B, Brian Stifler, Wesley Gore, the 2022 ABT South Anglers of the Year champion. Good luck, guys. Larry Walter, Shane Patterson in the 26, starting our next flight. So a little bit of a hold, but I saw 25. 26, where you at? There you go. Thank you, sir. We're in flight 2 now. John, what's our first flight check-in today? 2:30? 2:30 is the first flight check-in. Adjust accordingly. Boat 27, Douglas Shower, Joe Shower. The shower hour is lights out right now. Michael Adams, Raymond Adams in the 28. 29, Rob Coxon, Mark Compton. Lovely neighborhood outside of L.A. Boat number 30, Mr. Morgan, Mr. Vanigman. You are good to go. Jeff and Tim going on the 30. 31, Paul Tarpley, Greg Davis. Boat 32, Jim Beavers, Michael Wright. Boat 33, Brandon Lovelady, Josh Williams. 34 is Thomas Neely, Tyler Wilkerson. The 35 is Michael Harden, Mike Harden. A couple of Hardens in there. 36, Scott Reed, Josh Reed. 37, Alan Brown, Frank Henry. You are free to go. Boat 38, Bo Terrell and Matt Daniel. 39, Jonathan Ray, Donald Ray. Dell Brown, Gunnar Brown. Downtown Gunnar Brown and boat number 40. Boat number 41, Jacob Walker filling in. Chance Perry, y'all are good to go. Again, do not go by us on plane. Pick it up after you leave us. Vic Harper, Blake Harper. I forgot about you, David White and Hannah Peoples. I didn't really forget. I just skipped over you. But 42, you're good to go now. 43 in the Richard Petty entry. Vic Harper, Blake Harper, you're good to go. Again, guys, don't splash us. Make sure you go by us slowly, then pick it up after us. Eddie Rose, Dennis Butler in the 45. They were just behind Harry Parkerson and Jason Turner. Boat number 46, Mark LaPlante and Tim Knowles. You're free to release. 47, Walter Lawrence, James White. Jacob George and Ryan Sweeney having a really good Angler of the Year race. Only 14 points out of the lead. They're currently second. Boat number 48, you are good to go. 49, Matt McKenzie, Brandon Black. Boat number 50, the final boat of this flight, Kenny, the Jet Smith, and R.J. Thompson. You are free to go. Thank you, guys. Lovely Phoenix boat. All right, that boat's cleared. Boat 51, good to go. Jeff Cannon, Marty Colley. The gunner, Jeff Cannon, 51. 52, James Pence, Jonathan Monkus. Boat 53, Chris Action Jackson, Mike DeRoche Jr. Good luck, guys. Boat 54, Michael Cox, Colt Boyette. You're free to go. 55, Chris Pearson, Roy Chapman. Quilly Trott and Neil Davis free to go. Tied for 7th in Angler of the Year points, only 36 behind. Team McCullers, Mike and Slade McCullers in 57. 58, Dustin McKinney, John Walker, you're good to go. 59, Justin West, Cody Vickery. Again, guys, don't splash us. Go by slowly, then pick up the pace on the backside of this thing. Mark Cameron and Brian Belcher, free to release in boat 60. 61, Austin Archer, Charles Estes. 62, Chad Boykin, Denny Grantham. 63, David Pear, David Noakes. The 64 boat, Harold Wells, Kirk Thomas. Alan Martin and Langston Martin in the 65. I guess when your name's down, you got 2 L's, I guess. Alan. 66, Landon French, Jeremy Collier, you're good to go. 67, Clint Miller and Joe Miner. Looking for a major upgrade today. Joe Knight, Michelle Bressy, good luck, boys and girls. Boat 69, John Sankball and Eric Bryan, you're free to release. The 70 boat, Tim Watson and David Talley. 71, Steve Lippum, oh, does he? And Mitch Milner. 72, Todd Sims, Travis Stuck. Oh, a lot of Sims in back-to-back. Team Sims, Jimmy Sims and Jared Sims in the 73 boat. 74, Corey Bates and Jason Carden. Boat 75, final boat of this flight, Alex Pruitt and Calvin Reese. You're free to go. Where's that 75 at? I see it. Thank you, sir. Go by slowly. Good luck, gentlemen. That flight has made it by. Where's 76? Jace Thompson. You're next. Jace Thompson, Thomas Eden, free to release. Dwayne McGuire, Dylan Burns. Big E, Eric Morris. Mac Norton in the 78. Foster Bradley, Nick Harris. Look out for them. Any tournament there. Boat number 80, same thing goes here. Adam Bain with a new one. Brandon Hurst filled in for Chris Collin. Boat 81, Trinity Mailer and Max Haygood. You're free to go. Xavier McKinney and Lonnie Vincent in the 82. Thank you. 83, Jeff Haskins, Mike Chambers. Chris Walton, Jace Garrett in the 84. Boat 85, Josh Chappell. Paul Davis, Angler of the Year points leader. No pressure, guys. No pressure. Chappell and Davis looking to stay on top. 86, Tom Fry and Mark Corbett. Will Bates, Joe Bates in the 87 boat. Again, go by slowly. Thank you. You look so good today. So good. Keep it up. Sights and Roy in the 88. 89, Willie Thornton and Lewis Thornton Jr. That's boat number 89. Again, going by slowly. Identify what boat number you are. Just say your boat number so I hear it. That way I know how to stay on pace. Boat number 90, Daryl Osley, Dennis Gaddy. Y'all forgot. See, look, you raised your hand, but you didn't tell me what boat number you were. There you go. See, I got you. Jeff Fulgham, Jacob Fulgham in the 91 boat. You're free to go. Thank you, sir. They say that man knows how to get it done right there. 92, Greg Bearden, Thomas Sheldon. You're free to release. 93, Jason Spruill and Alton Shiver. Spruill and Shiver in the 93. 94, Matt Hurst, Roy Hurst Jr. Hashtag Team Hurst. Good luck, guys. Have fun out there. 95, David Sneed, Clint Carter, you're good to go. Uncle Fessler, Mike Fessler, and Rob Kyle, the 96 boat. Where's Uncle Fessler? There we go. Boat 97, Robert Matus and Carlton Alford, 9th in angler year points. Boy, oh, that's a cutoff line there. Squeaky cheeks right now because they need to stay in the top 9 to make it to that Bassmaster Team Championship. Ashley Drake, you know, they can move up. There's nothing about being on that line. Just think of the positives. Drake and Leary, thank you guys. Appreciate it. 98, 99, John Thomas Wally. Got to give him all 3 names. And Justin Duke. And the final boat of this flight, Brett Hart, Brady Hart. Where you at? Where's the 100? Where's the 100? Right there to my left. Thank you, guys. Gonna wait for them to clear. 101, get ready, get ready, get ready. All right, 101, let's do it. Terry Stevens, Kyle Dorsett. Good luck, guys. Good luck, Kyle. Think we got a camera on that boat, baby? See the good things going on. 102, Tony Luke and Fred Dyer. Thank you, sir. Jeremy Smitherman, Timothy Hicks in the 103. 104, you're free to go. Jared Baker, Buddy Baker. Larry Bullock and Dale Westmoreland, the 105 boat. Johnny the Dream Weaver and Brian Graham. Johnny having the best year ever on the on the Alabama Bass Trail. Currently 4th in angler year points. Only 16 out of the championship. I say championship means that you're the title holder of AOY. Get that money. Also the get your fees paid for next year. Tim Taylor, Philip Morrison, the 107, 108. Good luck, guys. 108, Andy Kilgore, Donna Kilgore. Oh, McDonald had a fish. There in the 109. It's 109, Scott McDonald. Ty McDonald, you're free to go. The Ufalo winners, 5th in Angler of the Year points. They won Angler of the Year before. They're only 22 points out. Chris Rutland, Kobe Carden finally went on a different lake other than Lane. They did it at Eufaula. Can they do it on Logan Martin? Wouldn't that be crazy? Andrew Hall, Michael Allen, and the triple ones. 112, Mike Autry, Mike Freeman. I say it's crazy, but I wouldn't put it past on Rutland and Carden. 113, Brian Jones and Barry Jones. 114 be Mike Scroggins, Terry Crabb, Robbie Pritchard and Lynn Pritchard in the 115 boat. Jeremy Brent and Matt Young in the 116. 117 be Stan Hallman, Steve Thrash, Eric Farnham and Cameron Gibbons in the 118. I still want to hear you call out those boat number guys. 119, Stuart Payne, Nicholas Bramble. Oh, see how good you are? You got it dialed up. Thank you, sir. I'm moving to the next one. You had it solid. Now I'm on 120. I was waiting for Charles Beach and Chuck Beach Jr. 121, Tim Windsor, Mike Smith. You're good to go. We're a little over halfway through, believe it or not. Curtis Coleman, Steve Thompson in the 122 boat. 123, Chad Smith, Randy Smith. Good luck, guys. Ethan Stevenson, Blake Sanders in the 124. 125, Shane Wallace, Anthony Colley. Ethan King, Fletcher Phillips in the 126. 127 boat, Justin Mott, Randall Hamilton. There you go. See, you made my day. You made my day. Called it out. They led me so good. Justin Mott, Randall Hamilton in the 127. 128, Chris Hutcherson, BG Marvets. Solid. 129, Noah Godwin, Cole Godwin. Where you at? You've been doing this too long. There you go. To not be calling them numbers. Now they're old veterans of the ABT. Jeff Myers, Jared Ellis in the 130. 131, Kyle Shear, Leslie Shear. Thank you. 132, James White, Eugene Davis. I wonder if Darren gets them calling them out like this. Or Luke. Terry Tucker, Jeremy Green. I'd like to thank Darren and Luke for filling in for you. Thank you, guys. Filling in for me when I'm gone. I had some misses. You know I want to be here. But Daddy kind of take care of the family, too. Just like Mama Kay. 134, Jamie Lewis, Charlie Thomas. You're good to go. 135, Taylor Luna, Caleb McNeil. I hear you. Thank you, sir. Shane Kennan, Tina Taft. 137, Sammy Reynolds, James Ward. Lewis Hill, Matt Hill. Who's king of the hill today? Which one's going to be, Lewis or Matt? David Mims, Jay Perkins, 139. 140, Ricky Dunn, Trent Davis, good to go. Thank you, guys. 141, Steve Bridgman and Josh Cole. Again, slowly work your way by us. If you can't time it up right, then you know what? You didn't time it up right. It happens. Get on the gas after us. Jeff Ritchie, Matt Ritchie in the 142 boat. Again, call out your boat number so I hear it. 143, David Crawford, Rob Sandlin. Thank you. 144, Keith Mayfield, Daryl Adams. C.J. Knight, Anthony Goggins in the 145. 146, Ashley Brasher, Kyle Tigner. You're good to go. Terry Coughlin, Ted Scoville in the 147 boat. Free 2 release. Clay Harris, Joe Williams in the 148. 149 to be Ronnie Whaley and William Bean. Let the guys in the truck know when I get close to the end, I may be able to hear you, but I won't hear nothing until things get quiet. Let me see. We're about 150. Brent Britton and Chris Keel, because I got to send in a certain direction. We got 3 guys out on the water today. Jason Lassiter, Shay Lassiter in the 151. You know, that Phoenix boat looks so good, sir. I just want to let you know that. 152, Tony Wilkie, Jenny Wilkie. You're good to go. 153, Clay Jens, Ty Solis. Thank you, sir. I see you. J.D. Perez, Kevin Gibson. I said it right again, J.D. Perez. It's not Perez. Perez. Jody Fitz and Michael George in the 155 boat. 157, Charlie Cummings, Sammy Bailey. You are free to release. Again, get on the throttle after the launch boat. Steve Graziano, David Parsons. You like how I did that first boat, man? They were on the gas. They had us rocking. James Hunsaker, Larry Chadwick in the 159. You're good to go. 160, where are you at? 160, looking for 160. Zach Harrison, Kristen Harrison. All right, 161. Randy Jordan, Dwayne Jones. 162, Gage King, Wes King. Free to release. Again, work your way by us slowly. Identify your, even if I've called your number, tell me your boat number. 163, you know who that is. That's third in Angler of the Year points. Only 15 points out of it. Marty Giddens, Kim Giddens, good luck. 15, I mean, you're right there. We might as well say you're leading. 164, John Frank, Mark Womack, you were free to go. Russell Sapp, Logan Sims. Yeah, because some of these guys take off from the front side and turn right. 166, Gentry Gordy, Hunter Farish. I think we actually added a camera on. I think they're going to do good today. Jimmy Miller, Jeremy Miller. Is it Miller time? You like to think of people from Bush and Bush Light. I promise you we can crack open some Bush. One of them teams win today. Ken Sessions, Greg Sessions. Fishing is now in Sessions. 169, Billy Lewis, Justin Kaiser. 170, Charlie Williams, Michael Smith. 171, Frank Bradfield, Tyler Morgan. You're free to go. 172, Mike Hearn, Sugar Walker. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I see you. 173, Bradley Betts and Heath Pate. You're free to go. Michael Brown said, no, I'm not fishing today. Mark Price said, I am. He's paired with Mike Garrett in the 174 boat, using him as an alternate. Clint Nail, Kevin McCaleb in the 175, the final boat of this flight. Where's 175 at, John? Can you point them out for me? I haven't heard them. Can you point out to 175? Right up here front left. I see them. They're clear now. Let's go to 176, Michael Taylor. Stephen Johnson, you're good to go. Adam Ryder, Brad Trotter. 178, Mike Hornsby, Wade Hornsby, still cousin Bruce Hornsby. They're heading out on the range today in 178. 179, Mark Ammons, Terry Harris. There you go. Solid as a rock. Hello, Governor. Where's Mark McCaig and Timothy Hast? Good luck, gentlemen. Good luck. James Agerton, Danny Phillips in the 181. 182, Amanda Williams, Paul Williams. Good luck, boys and girls. Chris Landers, Brad Pitts. No, not that Brad Pitt. Brad Pitts. Alan Hudson, Tyler Hatter in the 184. 185, Ty Story, David Hardy. You're good to go. 186, Jeff Jennings, Mitchell Jennings, free to release. 187, Tyler Rollins and Casey Jones. Jake Grogan, Ryan Ingram in the 188. 189, Trey Wade and Bradley Parnell. 190, John King and Jimmy Deaton. The 191, that's George Parker, Terry Parker. 191. Good.
you're the best one. That is the best one I've had all day. 192, Larry Franks Jr., Larry Franks Sr. That's a bunch of Larry Franks in that boat. 193, Riley McCullough, Phil McCullough. Fill these live wells up. That's what he's saying. 194, Mark Jones, Jared Jones. 195, Wes McKellar, Adam Currington. Cody Williams, Terry Fellows in the 196 boat. 197, Tim Peake and Byron Smith. Jimmy Wood, Ken Jones in the 198. 199, Patrick Graven, Lisa Evans. A lot of boys and girls paired up this year. John Kellett, Robert Story in the 200 boat. Wait for 200 to clear. We're down to our last flight. We've been waiting for this. Jerry Craig's going to take over my microphone. He's going to head out. He's going to stay on this upper portion, so you might see him. Make sure you tell him what boat number he is. 201, David Hutchins, Todd Spencer. You're free to go. 202, Doug Grooms, Alan Carter. We're going to get some fish catches today. I feel it. 203, Tyler Malone, Post's brother. Cade Laws with him. Blake Davenport and Zach Lightsey. Chris Briles, Hunter Briles in 205. 206, Kevin Ullman and Brandon Sutton. Edgar Bilala, Phil Hoskins in the 207. 208, yeah! 207, solid. Edgar Bilala and Philip Hollis, they know how to do it. 208, Justin Coker, Evan Robbins. Thank you, sir. I hear you. Eric Summers, Robbie Pelt in the 209. 210, Matt Hedrick, Matt McClung, a couple of Matts in that boat. Lake Blasingame and Jacob Denton in the 211. 212, John Howard and Hunter Billingsley. Brian Adamson, Ryan Lloyd in the 213. 214, Shane Thompson, Tony Campbell, free to go. John Pollard, Dallas Weldon. Jackie Jones, Donald Jones. Getting close. We've only got about 10 more, and we're going to be sending it out to one of our two boats covering on the water. Eric Singer and Jenna Spencer in the 217 boat. 218, Chris Masters, Peyton Smith. Boat 219, Ken Walters and Jason Beasley. Is it Logan Porsche or Logan Porsche? That's Porsche. I'm going to give him a car name. He looks fast. Walker Lilly paired in that 220. 221, Nick Turner, Joe Lay. You're good to go. 222, Ricky Harp and Chris Dill. Getting down to the final moments. 223, Josh Law, Chad Law. Again, we going to Jason, we going to Kenneth in a second. All right. Boat 224, Leonard McGuire and Maurice Smith. And the final boat, the one I've been waiting for, Douglas Stevens, Jacob Wood. You are free to release. Look at all these boats. You're good. I got you. You're going solo today, right? Hey, do your best. There's no reason you can't catch 5 fish, right? All you need is 5 big ones. You're solid. We see that little green identifier saying that they're fishing the Alabama Bass Trail presented by Phoenix Boats. All right, Loran, it looks like that's going to be it. I don't know if we can work our way around here. Lake Atlantic just in front of us. If I were to go left, I would be heading north. I don't know how many. What do you think, John? How many people do you think turn north? Quite a few. So here's the thing. When you're fishing, you're going, all right, where do we send people? Do I send them north? Do I send them south? Most of the lake is south. We're not really going north because nobody's fishing that. But that's not what I heard. I don't know why I wouldn't go north. We've been here before. Raging Rapids, you don't do it. But when it's a little bit less, you take that chance. Go north, maybe catch some of those spotted bass in a little less current. So we're going to turn it over to Jason again. It's the Alabama Bass Trail presented by Phoenix Boats. It's our 4th stop of 5 in the ABT South. We will crown a champion today. $10,000. First flight checks in at 2:30 here at Lincoln's Landing. We'll see you here if you want to watch in person. If not, you can watch on Facebook. Jason, I know you headed south. How far south did you go?
Well, Roddy, we did not make much of a run south. We just made it all the way to the I-20 bridge. And we caught up with the very first team, boat number 50. We caught up with boat number 50, Kenny Smith and R.J. Thompson. Currently sitting in 18th place in the AOY. These guys just kind of pulled into a little pocket right here just south of the I-20 bridge here. A lot of boats came through down south. I know Robbie had just mentioned to everybody that, hey, you know, not many guys are going north. Well, we ran down with a ton of guys that were all headed south. So it looks like we're kind of trying to catch up on a little bit of shad spawn going right here, hoping that it's still going. These guys are throwing top waters in the grass, fished all the way down the left bank coming in, and now they're kind of just fishing these little small pockets of grass here, taking their time working it through. Do have a couple little boats in the area, but these guys right now have leader of the pack and kind of have their pick of the area to fish. So look backwards here, guys are still running. I know Robbie just finished calling all the boats. This is boat 50, so they got a little extra fishing time because they were at the top of the list. But they are taking their time just working it out. Once again, this is boat number 50, Kenny Smith and RJ Thompson. Sitting 18th in the AOI. Pretty solid lead there for them to be able to make the Alabama Bass Trail Championship. Hoping to move into that top 9 to fish the Bassmaster Team Championship. So got a lot of ground to make up, but catch a good bag and win today. They could move ahead of those other 9 guys ahead of them there. You see these guys just kind of working this shallow area. Water clarity's a little stained. We have had a lot of rain this week. Hoping that rain holds off for a little bit today. Trying to give there a little bit of space to fish here. It is a kind of fast moving deal. I don't want to get up there on top of them. Hopefully we can get a chance to talk to them before they... Well, Kenneth, I know you've made a run on past us. I think you were probably boat number 0 takeoff this morning. Who you guys on down there? There is some activity in the area. When we first pulled in here, I did see some fish jumping up in the graph. Chasing shad, obviously. really covering water at this point, trying to catch those active fish. First thing in the morning, we're a little on the tail end of a shad spawn probably. Haven't seen a ton of activity when it comes to a shad spawn. I have seen a few fish jumping up in the grass, chasing. I really don't see those shad bowling anywhere though. A few birds were in the area and kind of flew away when we pulled in here. That's usually a sign that some shad are around. Try to ease up here to them and see. Kenny and RJ, you guys are sitting at 18th AOI, pretty solid.
Yeah, having a pretty good decent year so far.
Definitely want to make a move up today. What's the game plan?
Well, just fish shallow all day long. That's what we do. I fished yesterday and caught some fish, but still ain't caught no great. I'll probably get in the river here in a little while. Just waiting for some boat waves to get down.
Practice was kind of lackluster, really.
I just came yesterday. I caught some fish on that stretch we fished earlier. But we tucked in here. Let things kind of calm down a little bit before we go to our next move. Trying to keep the cold motor wet fishing.
That's right. Just head down and cast.
About noon, doesn't it?
I think so. It is definitely going to be raining at some point.
Maybe the light will stay away.
That would be definitely nice. So we have taken a run south from takeoff, and we just came south of the I-20 bridge, pulled into a pocket just off the bridge right here, and these guys are fishing a little grassy bank, if you want to call it. Said that they did catch some fish in practice in here on the first little stretch they fished down. A few little boats in the area doing the same kind of thing. We wanted to try to get on a team quick since I knew we'd be going live early. So we wanted to bring the action straight to you. No breaks. So we're just kind of working some top water down the bank here. Haven't really seen a shad spawn, like I said earlier. Oh, God, good hook set. So we're really trying to take these active fish and get them to react. So first thing in the morning is usually when that shad spawn will happen. With this cloud cover kind of hanging in here, it may last a little bit longer. Haven't really seen a shad spawn, but you know that it's happening at this time of year. So these guys are really trying to target in on that. They did say they're going to fish shallow all day long. They're going to get out in the river and do some of that. Takes a real big bend in the lake right here. You know, as we go north from here, it narrows down and goes into what we'd really call a river kind of run, and it's really, really shallow at times, and you know, got some really good eddies. But here it's kind of begins to widen out. Kind of got some long points, shallow points. As you see here, we got a rocky point. Got a fish on here. Good start. Got to start somewhere, right, guys?
Got to get a lot better than that, though.
It's got to start somewhere, though. So we see they're kind of mixing it up now. We got guy in the back of the boat's kind of running a topwater frog. Guy in the front of the boat's kind of throwing a spinner bait. Maybe a swim bait in the back of the boat. Soft plastic. So we have one fish in the boat. Definitely a shorty, not very big, but got to start somewhere. Like I said, you know, we're going to upgrade from here for sure. Get the 5 in the box and be able to make a move after that. I mean, it was a 12-incher. I think we have caught up with Kenneth down the lake again. Kenneth, you made a good run this morning. I think I said earlier you're boat number 0 taken out this morning. So what you got going on down there?
Yeah, I kept running and I was going to pull into the Cropwell area and was expecting several boats to go in there, and all the ABT guys kept going past that. So I had to move further down, and unfortunately there looks like there was a tournament that put in at Cropwell as well. So the first couple of boats I stopped on actually were not our competitors. So
you're giving live to
I may
other
have
people
to
now.
battle. Yes, I may have to battle that a little bit today, but we're on a team right now. It's boat 16. It's Mike Freeman and Zach Freeman. And when we pulled up on them and was getting set up, they put a small keeper in the boat. So I know they have one keeper in the boat so far.
Yeah, good deal. Well, we got one keeper in the boat here. It's kind of a small one for sure, but these guys are running top water and fishing shallow.
That's kind of what I'm seeing now. I'm seeing a buzzbait.
Fish, 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 fish. Another little one. Great hook set though. Put it on the bump board. That little guy measures 12 inches, so we're going to put him in the box.
How many of you guys got in live well so far? How many got in the live well so far? Okay.
Shoot us over a little bit, maybe. I don't think we're going far. Just gonna scoot around the corner here just a little bit.
right, well, we just pulled up to boat number 9. Boat number 9 is Bill and Matt Maddox, and they've said they've got 1 fish in the box, and we started a pocket right here by the ramp, and we knew there'd be several guys in here. We saw we've got an iPad that shows all the locations, and there were several boats in here off of our iPad, so just wanted to come in and start where the massive boats are and get a feel for it. So these guys in front of us fishing more of like a boat dock, riprap, seawall type situation, and then out back into this pocket we can see several other boats. It's pretty much just grass fishing, very hard grass line, very shallow pockets. Obviously on Logan Martin, that's what you're going to get a lot, real flat, shallow pockets. A lot of them got one ditch running through the middle of them, but for the most part, it's really shallow bank fishing, and that's what those guys in the back are. So it's going to be interesting to see here for a little while. We'll have just this kind of pocket contained to ourselves to be able to watch and see different styles of fishing and what's working. So the mornings like this with a shad spawn going on, you see these guys, they're 2-prong approaching with multiple rods, and each guy's throwing something different. They've been doing that the whole time. One guy will pick up a different rod, and it's all shad patterns. You can see they're just trying to figure out exactly what bait is going to be the trick for that, what appears to be a little shad spawn bite. We heard about it multiple times this morning at blast off, and so as these guys get a little bit closer, they're aiming for this point. I don't know if that's going to be one of their better spots or what, but certainly they're definitely making their way that way. And as they get a little bit closer to us, we'll talk to them about that fish, but just want to let the guys fish for a second to this point before we hassle them with questions. But I guarantee you we are definitely going to hassle them with questions, so don't worry about that. Let's just watch fishing for a second, and we'll chat with these guys here in just a few seconds.
Darian, I know we had 16 no-shows this morning, but quite a few guys actually turned north, and that's typically where I hang out and work my way up towards that dam. Talking to some of the guys, yesterday, I was hearing, nobody's really going to go north, but that surprised me because typically you'd have quite a few people going north trying to catch those spotted bass, but now they're going north for the shad spawn. Everybody beating the bank right now because they're trying to get that early morning stuff?
Yeah, that's what it's looking like to me, and that's what we were hearing as well. You're seeing a lot of guys running around, especially in some of these pockets where there's shad spawn going on multiple places, some hard cover riprap and some seawalls, and then you've got the guys who are going the grass approach, from what I'm seeing, for the shad spawn. So a lot of moving around going on this morning just to find out exactly, I guess, where the best areas are, where that shad spawn's happening the best at for their best chance to maximize on it this morning.
And typically as you work your way up towards that dam and that old lock, and I know what Ohatchee River's up there as well, you'll see guys trying to hit those little eddies, those little breaks, trying to get those spotted bass that are kind of staging up. But hey, make hay while the sun shines right now, right?
That's right. That's right. Yeah, it's. I guarantee that's going to come into play today, and that's certainly something we'll be looking for as guys get on those current breaks, looking for some, like you said, spotted bass to pile up. We've had rain this week, so hopefully it'll be some continuous current, or at least sometime throughout the day, current will get moving good for the guys who are going to plan to fish that way. And certainly there's a lot of, this time of year, you know how it always goes, there's multiple patterns going on, and it's always Logan Martin's always a fun place to be at in April and May especially. So we're already I see a guy way ahead of us. He just caught one. It looked like a tiny one, but he's up in the grass shallow, so going to be interesting this morning.
I mean, that's a guessing game, right? For these guys that are doing this, I mean, it's not like you're targeting, you're not hitting a spot where I think a fish is sitting. you're getting them out there at this shad spawn just trying to pluck up stuff, and typically that could be a smaller bite, but if you get that 5 with a chance of a good size one, then that's the bonus fish, right?
That's right. Yeah, and I think that's so a lot of guys know they can get right quick on the shad spawn. You can get a limit pretty quick if you get on the right spot. But like you're saying, you get that one big one on the shad spawn, and to go ahead and set your morning up right at it's 6:15 right now. So you do that early, and you're going to be in good shape the rest of the day. Make your decision making a little bit easier. Robbie, well, it looks like these guys might even be putting their rods up. I can't tell if they're putting them up or switching. No, it looks like they're just switching. I'll scoot in close to them, Robbie, if you don't mind. I'm going to ask them a few questions. Guys, you said you got one this morning. Is it a big one?
It's about 2 pounds, maybe 2.5, maybe.
Yeah.
Just kind of skinny.
Yeah. I'm assuming some shad spawn stuff going on.
We hadn't seen the shad spawn yet. It hadn't started over here yet. We went all the way down the bank, and we hadn't seen it. Of course, now it's just now settling down from
That's
all
right.
the traffic. So after it settles down, it might.
Yeah. Y'all going to camp out here for a while?
Yeah, we're going to just keep working on around, and then go back in there if there's room. So.
That's right. Good deal, man. Well, good luck.
Yes, sir. Appreciate it very much.
Yes, sir.
Y'all have a good morning.
Largemouth
Yes, sir.
or,
You too.
Largemouth or spotted bass? Wonder if that was a largemouth or a spotted bass.
I'm assuming maybe back here in the back, was that a largemouth or a spot?
It was a large head.
Yeah. Is that mostly what you've been catching back here? Or what gets in here?
Pretty much.
Yeah, figured so.
We started off a swim jig.
Largemouth on a swim jig. 2 to 2.5. It's a good start.
That's the right size fish, though. You know?
Yeah, for sure.
What do you think it's going to take? I know they'll typically ask me or you ask other guys, what do you think it's going to take? I mean, you have 2 different ways to look at it, a win, a top 10, or a top 40 to get a paycheck. What do you think those 3 numbers are going to be from your thoughts?
Ooh. I think I'm comfortable guessing with the win. I don't know about the top 10 and the check weight, but without talking to more people. But I think this time of year, the weights that we've been seeing on the entire Coosa chain, above us and below us, have been really good. But I have heard of really many big bags of fish on Logan. Maybe there has been, but I think that 16 to 17 pound range, in my opinion, is where it's at. And we definitely could be surprised because there's a lot of really big fish here, but you're going to be flirting with it, I think, if you got 17 pounds.
Yeah, that was my number that I thought, when. I think 17 would be the one that it could be more than that. I mean, you can catch a 20-pound bag of here for sure. Luckily, the water level's up. I know at our last southern event at Eufaula, it was down, but I'm hearing it's actually a little higher than what would typically be, a little bit even more. So I wonder how that's affected the fish as well.
Yeah, there's certainly, everything's in the water for sure. The grass looks really good for swimming a jig. I can see a little bit. It looks like it's certainly been high this week. I would say you can definitely tell that with the rain that we've had, and the water's definitely got some color to it. So, man, I don't know. This is going to be an interesting one. I wish I was. It's fun watching in person, but certainly the guys, everybody that's watching live right now, getting to see 3 different camera views of what all's going on throughout the lake. It's going to be interesting to hear throughout the day. Are people catching them, looking for the water like we're in real shallow, flat pockets that's real muddy? Or is it going to be something where people are looking for clean water? And since it is up, you never know. It's going to be interesting. That's one of my favorite things about tournament fishing, whether it's covering it or actually fishing the tournament, is hearing what ends up happening. How does how does everything unfold? And I think we'll certainly get to see multiple different stories happen today, which will be interesting. We got some guys already leaving out of here. Some more guys are camping. These guys have got their buzzbait hung up in his other line. So all different commotion going on. There's a pretty Phoenix.
We did not see that, ladies and gentlemen.
Sorry
if
you're boat number 9's family just watching. I'm going to jump
Yeah,
right
that's
across
part
this
of it.
pocket. We got, Robbie, last tournament,
I
Kay
see
said that,
Jason.
I believe the, nope, go ahead.
Go ahead, Jerry.
I was just going to say, last tournament, Kay said she said there's 65 phoenixes in the South last tournament, and I challenge that because it honestly seems like every single boat in the South is a phoenix. The one that just left, these guys were pulling up on, and the other two boats back here, there's 4 phoenixes, and they're the only 4 boats in this pocket. And she said there's only 65, but I feel like there's a little bit more than that.
And that's what you're wanting to do, though. They're wanting to sell boats, and we're doing it. Black Rifle Coffee and Phoenix. I mean, we're loaded up. Maybe a few Mountain Dews out there. So, that a skipper? No. So it is different. I see Jason. It looks like he's having to shoot at distance, getting to see, and same thing with Kenneth. But knowing Cole Godwin that we're looking at, how would you do things? I mean, watching these guys from a distance now, it has to be, tough for you. But is there certain things that you're seeing that you're like, man, I think I could do it a little bit different, or I should be? Because if I'm out there covering Kevin Van Dam, I'm never going to tell him what to do. Are you seeing things that you wish that they would do different, but you can't say a thing?
Well, Robbie, I'm going to just make a statement. As these two boys right here, I wouldn't even give them a suggestion. These two would teach all the lessons. They're young. They're
Y'all got
winning.
any yet?
And these boys certainly, if I said I'd do something different than them, I would be the one not catching them. These two guys, I haven't even asked them if they've got them yet, but these two boys are brothers. They know what they're doing. They spend as much time on this river as anybody, and both of them swimming a jig, covering water. They got the net ready, and these boys are nothing but action. So
knowing Cole Godwin, about 129.
Yeah, so we're going to keep our eyes on these guys. And sounds like Jason's got something going on. Jason, what's going on down? You're a little bit south of us. What's going on down there?
Yeah, we pulled up on boat number 165, Russell Snap and Logan Sims. Guys, tell us a little bit about practice.
We haven't practiced much at all. We live here, so we just kind of just gonna fish what we know, and if it happens, it happens.
I know we did a little preview story with you guys, and it's been a Logan Martin year, right?
We've been hoping for it anyway. Not sure how, with the way the year's going so far for us, not sure if Logan Martin's gonna do us any better, so we'll see.
I know that today's the day y'all been looking for, so.
We shall see how the day unfolds from here.
But you said you're just gonna fish a couple of spots here, just kind of trying to get the active fish early?
Yeah, just hitting some little stretches that we know, and kind of running and gunning a little bit.
Run and gun.
Yep.
How far are y'all gonna run next?
I'm not sure, just somewhere within a mile or two right
Okay,
here.
cool. Well, this is boat number 165. Russell Snap and Logan Sims. Logan's on the lake. We did talk to them earlier this week, and they helped us get a little layout of the lake and what the plan is. So they have had a tough year, but they said that this was going to be the one that they've been looking for. So they're hoping to get a win. All right, Darian, back to you, bud.
Yeah, man. So Robbie made the KVD statement saying that, when you're covering somebody who knows how to catch them, you're going to watch. You're not going to give them any suggestions. And it was funny, the timing of that question couldn't have been any better. These two brothers, if y'all keep up with tournament fishing, you see their names every weekend. Every time they make a post, it's winning a tournament. We won here, we won there. And every single time I comment and say, I'm just so glad I don't have to fish against y'all. So we pull up on them. They're in a Phoenix. They're both burning the bank, shoulder to shoulder. I talked about that the last time. Was you have to be doing that in ABT, is fishing as a team. You can see how close they are. Their casts are in sync. This is like tournament fishing at its best. Two guys working together. And these guys are brothers. So we're going to get close to them, but you can see how fast they're moving. They're covering a lot of water, and maybe that's going to be the trick. They're saying their biggest one's around 3 pounds, and they just said they have a limit. So he didn't necessarily say their weight, but they're nothing but business, burning the bank, and definitely shad spawn. They're swimming wide. I don't know if they're fishing the shad spawn, but I'm gonna try and keep up with them. We're gonna just stay beside them for a second. He did say they'd answer some questions, so. talk about laser focused. I mean, they're not talking, they're not laughing, they're just perfectly in sync fishing. And that's what it takes to win against these guys. Digging. Give him a smile for the camera one time. There we go. Oh, that's a good call. So he's got the scale out. Well, so we're going to get to hear pretty close to what they got right now. What'd that one weigh? 242. 242. What's that got 5 fish for?
Let me see.
That's the only one that weighed.
Oh, he said that's the only one they've weighed. They're too dialed. What they've got in the box, they don't plan on weighing in. I know how they are, so they're hoping all 5 of them are cold here shortly. Looks like they're weighing. He's going to go weigh them all now. Make sure they've got accurate weights. Now that they're biting, it's cold time.
That one weighed 4.
That one weighed 4. There you
I
go.
thought it was a 3, it was a 4.
See, that's how the ABT is. They say they got a 3-pounder and it's a 4-pounder, and now they said they got a bunch of 2-pounders and they're all 3-pounders, and somehow they end up weighing in 18 pounds, and you thought it was going to be 14 would be a good weight. Lies you tell. No, I think they're just so dialed. Like the guys who are catching them and the guys who consistently catch them are so dialed. They're not worried. They know that half the time the fish they've got in the box are not the ones they need to weigh in to win. And so they're not concerned, in my opinion. They just know what they've got and it's in their mind. They're more concerned about making a perfect cast with a swim jig and making multiple casts and fishing every cast perfect, more so than they are the weight in the box, because if they fish perfect, then the weight in the box is going to go up. And so, in my opinion, the guys who are doing really well, a lot of times they're not as worried about what they've got. Let's catch more, because the majority of the time in a tournament, what you've got, unless you just have a magical spot or morning, a lot of times what you've got isn't what you need to weigh in. So you're always hunting a bigger bite, and I think you see that a lot when people are losing. Okay.
We've already fished that once, but we got so many bites, we just come back down.
Yeah. So they're he just mentioned they're. Give us a quick breakdown I'll troll with you, and we're going to get a quick breakdown. So y'all are fishing the same exact stretch. He said they had multiple bites. Say that again so the camera can hear you.
We started right here, and we've had about 10 bites going down through there, but there was 2 boats ahead of us, so we kind of fished everything quick, and then we got so many bites, we just turned around and come right back down through there. We pulled 3 times coming back down.
So it can't, by 6:30, you're already culling 3 times. I imagine that's, you couldn't have asked for much better than that, but did you figure it'd be that quick?
We caught a good one in here the other day, but it was so close to the ramp, and that was the biggest one he caught in practice, so we just started out here.
Yeah. Well, good deal. Y'all get back after it. Don't worry about us. We're gonna bump around and keep our eyes on you, but y'all just keep fishing. So there you go. We pull up on them. They catch 2. He's wearing a big bite hoodie. He tossed them I'm pretty sure he tossed them a fighting frog. And I mean, these guys are ABT sponsored to the gills. Guarantee they stopped at Jack's this morning. Jack's opened at 4. I did verify that last night, so I had to make a decision. I was either going to eat a Pop-Tart this morning for breakfast, or I was going to swing by Jack's. Luckily, they opened at 4 a.m., so I was able to get a sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit, and I'm still going to eat that Pop-Tart. I am still going to eat the Pop-Tart, but I did get a good biscuit this morning. These guys guarantee they stopped in somewhere. They know the fish are going to eat, and if the fish are going to eat, you got to join them with a Jack's biscuit.
So Darren, as we're watching him load up on that fish and get it to the boat after culling multiple times, the thing that I picked out of what he said is they were trying to hurry through that. I think he's trying to keep people off that stretch. Now he's making another run back in, and I saw something being tossed from back to front of boat. I'm wondering if they're making a bait change to give them something different to look at the second time around.
Man, it's interesting. I think that's one of the cool things about tournaments is you get fish in an area like this. He said we've already worked it once, and it looks like they had some fish in pressure, but I think they just fished through the pressure. The trailer, the swap back from the boat, I think that was because he caught so many fish. His pincher had torn up a little bit, and they're restarting on that stretch, so he just tossed him a brand new one. But it's interesting to see guys who are that confident. You pull into an area as a tournament angler, and you see 2 or 3 boats in the exact stretch that you wanted to fish. A lot of times you turn around and leave, and get spun out a little bit because somebody's already fishing your spot and this. These guys don't care. They're just like, let's get in here. I'm gonna fish where I can. They didn't cut anybody off. They fished around, but they know that they have a way of fishing this pocket that's different than anyone else. So they're still confident that there's fish in here that somebody else might have left. And honestly, those kids, in my opinion, I don't think they're cocky. I think they're very humble about what they do. And I just wonder if they know they've got something a little bit different. And so they're, I'm confident in my skill that I can fish behind somebody and still catch them. And I think that you're seeing a lot of that. While we were showing that replay, they did miss one back there. I don't know if y'all can still see to where they're at. They're to the left of that dock. But they missed one and then instantly dropped the power poles to hold them right there in that exact spot and kept firing in multiple casts in a row. So...
Yeah, it looks like, is that a swim jig? Is that a white swim jig that he was using in that grass on the bank?
Yep, and what I noticed too was they had all of their other rods were still strapped to the deck, which means, in my opinion, that always means they haven't even picked up another rod yet. They're so dialed, they know what they're doing, they're getting bites on it. Well, as soon as I say that, Noah's putting his rod down, but looks like they could be about to make a run. Yep, they're going to make a run. So, but like I said, they haven't even picked up another rod yet. They both have the exact same color swim jig, the same fighting frog trailers, and Boys are dialed, so it looks like they're going to make a run. There's more boats back in this creek, so we're going to probably try and idle back a little bit further. It sounds like Jason is. Jason, are you on somebody else, or are we?
You still have my audio.
Yeah, we've moved into boat 199. Guys, how's it going?
Slow start, man. Excited, right? Beautiful day.
It is going to be a beautiful day. How was practice for you guys?
I had a good practice, man, you know, but been a lot of boats. Been a lot of boats out here, right?
Yeah.
A lot of pressure. You got to get in there and get with them, right?
Yeah. Kind of going after these
We probably had a 15-pound bag the other day, so we just trying to duplicate that.
Yeah. What was working for those days?
Swim jig, caught them on the swim jig, most every one of them. Caught a few flipping. Looked like they were postponed bass, so a lot of boats, guarding fry. And a few brim beds was catching on. But, I think later in the day they could get better, you know it? Go ahead, reel it. They could get better, you know it? So, sorry, I was fishing at the tree right there behind you. Come on, reel in, Lisa. Yeah, so, that's the way I see it. I think we got a shot at having a bag. We'll see. We need one. We ain't had a good year so far.
Well, it only takes one tournament to
turn things around, right?
You win it all, you make the championship.
Yeah, that's where we need
Make
to
a big $10,000 check.
The little face, you said.
A little face.
A little bit.
The size of me.
Yeah, just a little bit. Yeah, man, we love the trail though. It's a great trail. Having fun, had a good year. It's our second year fishing with you guys. Lisa's learning to fish and loves it. She's found her a new love here for bass fishing. So you just gotta learn to cast different places, right? How about you guys? You had a good day so far?
So far, so good, man.
Yeah. Uneventful, huh?
When are they saying the storms are going to roll in?
Probably a little after 12, I guess.
Yeah, that's what I figured.
We need to have 5 by 9.
So, Patrick and Lisa here, boat 199. Don't have anything yet. During practice, they had about 15 pounds. Said they were kind of running shallow stuff all day and really spent a lot of time in practice just trying to figure them out. I think they said they kind of got a game plan to go through today. Just kind of getting started. Boat 199.
Good, how you doing? You got anything live well yet?
No, we don't.
Okay. We're here with Rob Lee and Steve Winslow, boat number 8.
We ain't been getting our bites till midday.
Okay.
Even the practice.
So I don't know if you heard that or not. He said they hadn't been getting their bites till midday, all through practice.
It was a pretty rough morning.
Hooked up? See, we do bring good luck. Don't let that fish get wrapped up in that Yamaha now. Well, Rob Lee, Steve Winslet here. These guys consistently do well every tournament on ABT. Currently 6 in AOI points. Talked to him just a few minutes ago, said that they've been struggling, hadn't had a bite, said through practice that most of their bites come more in the middle of the day, and lo and behold, they hook up and catch their first one. So, going in the live well now. So based on previous conversation, I'm saying they're probably ahead of schedule. These guys won Lake Martin, so they've already punched their ticket to the championship. 6 in AOI points, so they definitely want to continue to do well. This is a team that's gone to that Bassmaster Team Championship several times, and I know that's always on their list of things to accomplish every year. So they need to hold their spot up there in the top. A little teamwork there. Guy in front of the boat's wanting a new ride, so partner comes in and handles the trolling motor while they're doing that. Wasting no time here. Consistently what we see out of the teams that do well out on Bass Pro. These guys are just pitching around these boat docks and just working real slow. So Logan Martin has a healthy population of spotted bass. A lot of the spotted bass run small. Should see a lot of fish brought in during weigh-ins. Key is going to be the teams that can consistently get better than average bites. I'm saying 3 pounds or better. The teams that can catch 3 pounds or better today will put themselves ahead of the average. There are some good largemouth in this lake as well, so there's a potential of catching a 5+ largemouth. There's some 5-pound spots as well, but it's going to be interesting to see what the teams are going to do throughout the day in order to try to give themselves an upper hand on the other teams. I'm kind of down here on the lower end. I know we've already shown teams that are up there where Darren hooked up again. I know Darren and Jason are further up the river, closer to where we took off this morning at Lincoln's Landing. We're down here lower into the lake. The water's a lot clearer, a little bit deeper, more open water, less river-like. So the techniques that we'll see down here probably be a little bit.
Get bigger, boys.
You got to start somewhere.
Oh, yeah. I'd rather start with some ties.
I understand.
And make it feel better.
That's right. It's two keepers for these guys. Not much weight. They're just keepers. So, like he said, this is a team like Darren talked about earlier. You know, there are teams that show up every ABT event with a number in their head of what it's going to take to win, and this is another one of those teams that's kind of the way they think. There's a number in their head that they're wanting to get to, and they know that they need bigger fish. These guys are just finessing around these docks. Some wacky rig, a sea drop shot, just finesse baits. Just working real slow, being very methodical. Yeah, we've seen these guys on the water several times in multiple events, and they're very patient fishermen. They can really work an area very thorough. I think that's the reason why they have a lot of success on a lot of different lakes. I can't hear what he's saying, but this is the other thing that I think that I've noticed over the years in covering these tournaments is the teams that do really well. It's that communication on the water. They were just talking about, you know, what they should do, how they should attack that dock, and that's what we see consistently on these teams that do well, the communication while on the water. You know, it's different than guys that fish, you know, like the Pro Tours. You know, those guys are just fishing for themselves. That is no team event, so they can't really bounce ideas off someone else. It's kind of all in their head and what they come up with. But having another angler that you trust and get along with, and you can kind of communicate on the water and kind of just help keep each other calm. And I think just the overall decision making becomes an easier process.
Practice doesn't pay any money. Practice doesn't pay money.
Jason, we're hanging out here with Rob Lee's team Winslet. Give us an update of where you are now.
Man, you are on the hammers. Those guys have done well through the years for sure. Got a win already this year. So we are on boat 199, Patrick and Lisa. They have had a good practice. Had about 15 pounds they caught in practice. Looking to try to put that together today. They fished some shallow banks. They said that they just stopped here at the railroad bridge in this little pocket just to kind of get started. Let the lake kind of settle down. So there's a lot of boat traffic kind of moving through the area. Of course, the 225 boats running through. They are just going to let it settle down a little bit. And they said they're going to go fish shallow for today. Lisa just shared a few minutes ago off camera that it's her second year fishing. She's really, really loving it. She said she would much rather go fishing or go shopping for baits than shopping for purses. So I think she's hooked. You can see in the background there, we have not come very far from takeoff. We originally had started just south of the I-20 bridge, and then now we have kind of come back up towards takeoff just a little bit. Good many teams in the area right here, fishing the main river, fishing these little shallow pockets, running the grass, swimming a jig. Jumping right behind them. He had a strike there originally. Seen a little activity. Haven't caught any yet. They are hoping to upgrade on their limit that they caught during practice of about 15 pounds. So plan is to go swim a jig today. This is just kind of taking a pause here to let the lake settle back down after takeoff, and then they're going to go fish shallow and run the river.
Jason, looking at Graven and Evans, I heard you say you don't want to win practice, or I heard Kenneth say that. That's tough when you catch 15 pounds, you know, the day before or the week before, and then you haven't had anything. But, I mean, it's a long day. I mean, unless you were just locked into that morning bite, you still got a lot of time to turn things around.
Yeah, they said that they had caught fish a little later in the day. This was just kind of a getting started spot. They were kind of letting the lake settle down a little bit, and they're going to go kind of run some of their stuff, swimming a jig in the grass. So they're just really kind of getting started. You know, a lot of teams we've already seen on live have already caught some fish, and some of them already got a limit. I did catch up with one team that had about 9 pounds in 4 fish. So we've seen some fish catches this morning, seen some action early. I do see now that you can hear in the background a couple boats starting to move around. As we're getting close to that 7 o'clock hour, you know, guys are moving off that shad spawn if they had one, and kind of going to maybe their second spot or third spot of the day that they hope is going to produce some bigger fish for them.
Yeah, and that could still be plan A. I mean, it might be a different style or a different, you know, method, but that could still be their plan A. And but I want to point out how you knew that Darian was going to be taking that near launch to upper, and you didn't go far from launch. Why are you poaching Darian? I know he's new, you know, on this side of the ABT, but you're poaching Darian's neighborhood.
Well, you know, my goal was to get on live quick. I knew that you were going to be coming off the blast-off boat. Miss Kay's not in studio this morning. She is with us and helping us out a little bit here, talking us through what we need to be doing, but I need to get on live. So I ran quick, found a team, and we got on live. And we got a couple fish catches out of it too, so quit ragging me.
Yeah, and there are quite a few people around you. We questioned how many people would turn right and head their way up north. There are a few. Even we don't have trackers on everybody, or, you know, observation on everyone, but some people did turn right and work their way up. I know there's a couple of teams that we even have that are all the way up at the very top. So again, this is a big body of water. I mean, it goes 40-something, 50 miles in length, so there's a lot of opportunities. Again, as you're looking at Patrick Graven and Lisa Evans, still with nothing in the live wells as of yet. A couple of Sylacauga anglers trying to catch them here on the 4th stop of the Alabama Bass Trail. So, you know, it's about that time. We're at the top of the hour. You wonder, it looks like it's nice weather. That's because it is nice weather. Let's take a look at our TH Marine weather update here at Logan Martin. Currently about 64, 65 degrees as we look over Lincoln Landing. Water temp 75. So you're wondering where they're at in the spawn? They're probably, for the most part, done with that and working their way out in the deeper depths. The wind, not a factor. So if you're needing movement as far as a windbreak, or you're trying to use that to your advantage, you're not going to get much of that. So if you're looking for those spots that are current dependent, they need to be dumping some water into Logan Martin. But with it being high, I don't know how much water is moving. Again, Darien is up towards the upper portion. That will be where it should be at its busiest, but it's a calm, smooth day, but everything looks great. It's 64 degrees, 75-degree water temperature, but take a look, take a snapshot in your mind right now on what it looks like, because there is rain in the forecast. ABT, always been thunderstorms. We're not looking for severe rain. We do expect rain later on today. Again, we're here with you till several more hours, a couple more hours here on the Alabama Bass Trail presented by Phoenix Boats. I'm Robbie Floyd. We'll be back in just a minute. It's a word from our sponsors. Again, the 4th stop in the ABT South.
On the Water live coverage is brought to you by Academy Sports and Outdoors, by Strike King, Luz, by Garmin, and by Alabama State Parks. There's more to come. Stay with us.
At Phoenix Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends,
we truly love the sport of fishing.
That's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
The perfect checking account doesn't exist. Not at a bank, that is. So why do you keep looking there? At AmFirst, you can get no minimum balance or monthly fees, an instant issue debit card, and free checks with unlimited check writing. But who doesn't want more? Like a rewards program you'll actually use, and convenient digital tools that make it easy to manage your account from anywhere. Now you could try and find that at a bank, or you could save yourself the trouble by checking with us.
Oh, looks like boneless wings are back at Jack's. And people love them so much, there's bound to be a napkin shortage. Juicy, boneless chicken wings in 3 bold, mouth-watering flavors. Try the tangy honey barbecue, that craveable sweet and spicy, or the zesty classic buffalo. What is a shirt anyway, if not one giant napkin?
You'll go back to Jack for more.
Jack's, all about the South.
Big companies get bigger and bigger and talk about their fancy labs where they study fish behavior. But then they all go golfing on the weekend. We don't have a large laboratory to test baits. Why, you ask? We don't need a big laboratory because our pros fish, our employees fish, our salespeople fish, our suppliers fish, our mold builders fish, our owners fish, and our kids fish. This is our laboratory. Our R&D comes from time on the water, learning how to make fish bite. We don't have other hobbies. We fish. We fish all year in all conditions across the whole country. All that time on the water brings us thousands of hours of testing new products and improving current ones for all species. We're a family-owned U.S. company that has many of our products made in America by American workers. The products we don't make in America, we make in Guatemala, which supports many families in that country as well.
Welcome back to the Alabama Bass Trail presented by Phoenix Boats. The fourth stop in the ABT South. We're looking for bass, specifically largemouth and spotted bass. They need to be at least 12 inches in length. It's located in central Alabama, approximately 30 miles east of Birmingham on the Coosa River. Covers over a little over 17,000 acres and spans 49 miles, 279 miles of shoreline. As you see, the beautiful Lincoln Landing, that's our launch site this morning. That'll be our weigh-in site this morning. Live shots on our Black Rifle Coffee morning show. Get expected rain coming in later on today, and I always give Kay a hard time. And again, it's tough. She's never missed an Alabama Bass Trail event, but it's nice in the studio. And the reason being is when I launched 225 boats this morning, I knew that there was rain in the forecast. We've got 3 different reporters out there covering. We've got Darian, Jason, and Kenneth. We've already seen fish catches this morning, but we'd like to welcome everybody live to our Black Rifle morning show. It's our South Division. It's the stop 4 of 5. We already have our leaders, Josh Chappell, Paul Davis leading the Angler of the Year points, and several things to look for. We've seen guys catching throughout the morning. We've heard the Godwins with 5 fish early on. They've culled 3 times. We saw what they thought was a 3 turn into a 4 when they actually did weigh them in. We're hearing 10, 11 pounds from some of our anglers, and Kenneth will get to that in just a moment. But we'd like to thank everybody from the city of Lincoln, Lincoln Landing. If you've never been here before, it is a premier tournament destination. Let me put it that way. Logan Martin is a fine facility. Again, you look at all this water that you have to work with, almost 50 miles in length. But look at this site. I mean, there is parking spots. Typically, in most places across the country, I mean, there's very few that you don't go to that they're having to, push boats or trailers off to the side. There is a parking spot for every single boat and trailer at this facility. Alabama Bass Trail is here to showcase the best lakes around Alabama, and they are doing just that. I mean, it doesn't get any better. If you're a local tournament, they have a nice pavilion here. You see at the bottom left-hand portion. You see the docks, the ramps, multiple ramps. We got them in and out of here this morning in about 15 minutes. But the facility itself, you couldn't ask for much better. Now, the water is all the way up this pond near side to the right. It actually gets drawn down, and I don't know that they can always pull in there, but with that long boat ramp, I'm guessing they could. But this is a really good event. I'm here there's a softball tournament going on at Shakalaka Park, so we're not the only thing on the water as well today. But these anglers, they weren't subject to off limits, but these teams are limited to practice with only their partners on Thursday and Friday before the tournaments. 225 teams, including teams from 7 different states. We got Alabama, Georgia, Florida, Mississippi, Illinois, South Carolina, Louisiana. But again, when 225 boats took off this morning, they had one goal, and that's to win the top prize and $10,000, an automatic berth into that ABT championship event. That will be on Weiss Lake in October. And there, if you qualify for it, you get a chance for a no-entry fee tournament where you can win a $50,000 prize for first place. Again, teams to watch for here on the Coosa River at Logan Martin. Of course, Rob Lee, Steve Winslet. They're strong. They're 6th in the championship points, but they've got a win here along with other lakes in the ABT. Joey Adderhold, Tim Hatcher. Our current points leader, Josh Chappell and Paul Davis, ones to look for. Colley, Bain, Tucker, Green, but last and not least, Lanier Burton and Kelly J. Winners already this year. But again, Logan Martin Lake, the 4th stop of 5. We're looking for largemouth bass. Your 5 biggest get to cross the scales today. We're going to be on live on the Alabama Bass Trail Morning Show presented by Black Rifle Coffee till 10 a.m. local time. The first flight will check in at 2:30 this morning, or this afternoon, excuse me. They launched at 5:30 this morning. If you're local and you're in the area, you want to come and join us, although it may be raining, bring your rain gear. I'll have mine. Let's go out on the water, Kenneth Grover, and right as we came back on air, Kenneth, I heard you report the boat. Who are you with? But I hear they do have some fish.
Robbie, I'm with boat 195, Wesley McKellar and Adam Currington. And we saw them catch a small fish that he didn't even, he just kind of unhooked it right there at the water because it didn't help him any. They've got 5 fish in a boat that he's estimating between 10 and 11 pounds. And he told me that they've actually lowered the water, and I can kind of see on the bank here on the lower end that it does look like it's down a little bit. He says it's kind of hurt the bite. He said 2 days ago the bite was a lot better, but a good start for these guys. Obviously, you know, gives them a long part of the day to try to cull up, but a good way to get started here on Logan Martin this morning. So this is a fish catch that when we pull up on these guys, it's what he had. As you can see, it's not going to help him any. He's already got 5 in a live well that weigh about 10 pounds. So it's nice to get a fish catch, but it's not going to help them cull up anymore. So they're now looking for something that's going to help cull up their weight. Kind of mixing baits up here. I'm seeing a lot of topwater, little walking bait. I've seen a plopper. I've seen a buzz bait. Partner in the back of the boat is now kind of going finesse. So, you know, what we see a lot of, got a partner in the front throwing topwater and a guy in the back kind of finessing around that dock. Just kind of increasing their odds of getting bit of a fish that's in the area. Got hung up on something there. Quite a bit of cloud cover. You know, topwater bite, I've seen quite a bit of that so far this morning. It may carry on for a good while today. I didn't ask him what their limit was consisted of between spots and largemouth, but when he comes back out, I'll probably ask him that question. You got spots, largemouth, or both? Spots, largemouth, or both?
Both.
Okay.
More spots than largemouth.
Okay. He does have a mixed bag, but you just say more spots. Spots tend to be a lot more aggressive, so if there's spots in the area, those you typically figure that out pretty easy.
Kenneth, I know it looks like they're beating up some docks there. That's pretty typical for the southern end of this body of water, right? Up north, it looks like just straight river comparatively, but down south, there's many more docks.
Yeah, you know, there's a lot of creeks down here, open bays, and a lot of docks. There's a lot of houses on this lake, and they all have docks, so they have water access, and certainly becomes a prime target on this end of the lake. But there's also, and we'll probably see this more as the day goes on, but there's also a lot of offshore humps, you know, ledges and things like that. It's not really river ledges, but it's more humps and long points. That'll be a prime target in this area of the lake as well.
So it kind of gives you the best of both worlds. If you need that target stuff and wanted to hit the docks, you could. If you wanted to pull off and hit some of that deeper stuff, even later in the day, you could as well. So I guess you're covering both sides that way.
Yeah, we saw quite a few boats coming down here this morning, so I think that tends to be the thought process, is guys can get down here and it's a lot more open water, a lot more options. If you can develop a pattern, it makes it a little bit easier to start running that pattern.
So Darian bringing in boat 134. I think you're bringing good luck. You've already got guys with a limit. That's your second group you've come to that have a limit before 7:30 in the morning.
Look, there's a consistent pattern, and the pattern is it's all Phoenix boats. If you're running Phoenix, you got a limit. If you and it's a coincidence, but it is true. I know I'm joking, but these guys have said they've got 5. There is a little bit different, which is interesting, that we started on guys up in the pockets, grass fishing the bank, and we saw the one guys that were catching them good, but everyone else, we've talked to several, probably 5 different other anglers that didn't even have a fish yet. And so this is the first boat we pulled up on that's out kind of on the river, or not kind of, they are definitely on the river, fishing offshore, and they're cranking. They were throwing some worms and just kind of doing a little bit of a mix-up. But guys, if you don't mind, we're going to get a little bit closer. Can you explain what's going on? What fishing-wise is what y'all are doing exactly out here? Just a ledge.
There's been a few fish here.
Again, that's boat 134.
Holding on that leg. We haven't been since Tuesday. Tuesday was the last day we've been down here. Like I said, we kept thinking, if it'll stay warm, we'll be good.
Yeah.
Rain, clouds, I don't know what's going to happen.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if they're not biting over there on the bank, and we've talked to several of those guys, they're not catching them, maybe this is where they're coming to.
Well, that's what we kept thinking. They're going to come to us,
Sure.
They ain't made it that way yet.
We got a couple of river ledges we think we might pick one off of.
So y'all going to focus out here off the bank?
All day.
All day. You're not even going to the bank?
We got probably 10, 12 places that we're going to try to rotate in throughout the day.
Sure. So y'all are throwing, you're throwing a shallower crankbait. A lot of times you think of ledge fishing, you think of a 6XD type cranking.
DT10. Pilot DT10.
DT10. That's pretty much the depth you're going to focus on throughout the day?
May change.
May change.
If the sun will come out, may
Gotcha.
change a little bit.
They might slide out a little deeper or something.
That's
sometimes how to go.
That's the hopes.
That's the hopes, yeah. Well, man, I'm going to back up a little bit and get out of y'all's way, but I appreciate your time.
Yes, sir.
there we go. Got one on the back. Got one on the back. Here we go. Net man. See what we got.
Hold on.
It looked like you meant to do it.
Had him in the back, so I felt good.
Oh, yeah.
I'm an old man, stumbles around with no balance.
Yeah.
Swore off on me.
So that's about, he said they're all around a pound and a half. So they're still working on it. That's probably the same. I imagine they're going to cull a couple ounces here, but it's probably not. You know, they haven't got to the size they want yet, but they're just keep filling that spot and making sure they don't goose egg. They've already accomplished that. Now it's like, let's just keep culling ounces. Hope to cull pounds, but every ounce is going to, is a big deal, especially on a lake like this where the weights are tighter. In the 8 to 10 pound range. Seems like here there's a lot of people always in that range, so every single ounce is going to move you up a couple spots. It always happens on this lake. So look, if Phoenix doesn't like this shot, they just must be watching the wrong show, because this is Phoenix Boats, Power Pole, TH Marine, Garmin. Big bite.
Hey,
Probably,
you forgot to call out.
I bet they're drinking Black Rifle coffee.
Oh, you got to be. I know I am. Hey, the thing you didn't call out is you don't have to be standing up on the trolling motor to catch a fish.
Exactly. He's
You can sit there in the back.
He's like,
I know.
Yeah. He never.
He didn't even put the bug seat out. I mean, he's got like full recliner.
No.
He don't
lazy
have to.
boy. He said,
right
"Hey,
there.
I got him. Yeah, it was lazy boy." He's like, "Hey, no, I caught him. I hooked him. You get to do everything else, and I'll cast again."
I mean, anytime you can go out to a lake in Alabama, fish with a seat that has a backrest, and you've got, in multiple, you've got a limit by, 7:15 in the morning, you're doing something right.
That's right.
Hey, I have my Black Rifle coffee in front of me and my Yeti. Are you much of a coffee drinker? Because, you got to do the Black Rifle coffee first sip of the morning. It's that time.
It is that time. Look, I'm not even going to lie. I do not have the coffee, so I'm hoping it's either going to be... Look, I just don't have my coffee. I'm not even going to make an excuse. I just don't have my coffee.
You're the sweet tea king, I hear, so it's okay. I understand. I get it. I've got enough Black Rifle in me for both of us.
I appreciate it. Yeah, Robbie, it's going to be hard for me to do the first sip if I don't have one. I would love for you to do it, to be honest.
It's time, brother, right here. Again, I've got my Yeti thermos. And the thing is with this deal right here, it is ludicrous hot every time I go to do it. So again, I'd like to thank the people at Yeti for providing this. Black Rifle coffee, first sip of the morning. Oh, that's delicious. That's so good. So good. Thank you, Black Rifle. All right, let's get back out of the water. Let's see what Darren's doing. We got 3 boats. I know Jason and Kenneth are running right now. We've got 3 boats covered, our cell service, throughout. And you came in, grabbed some batteries, and went back out. Did you go very far up, or are you still hanging somewhat just shy of Lincoln Landing?
No, so there's been several. We're right across from the ramp. We did go up, just a couple hundred yards up, but there's been several boats all morning stopping in this area, and we just couldn't tell exactly what was going on. So these are the only guys fishing off the bank. And the interesting thing is, we talked to 2 boats on the bank right here, and neither one of them caught one. Actually, somebody just caught one way out in the distance. If y'all can see that, I don't know if you can. The guy on the front of that boat up there, it's a tiny one. It's a tiny one. So anyhow, we're going to keep going up. We've seen several boats hopping around up there, but just wanted to stop here on the way.
No, that's a great call. And not only does he have
so
a fish,
he said he's hoping the fish are moving out to him. And it's funny
bust.
to see, like, you can physically, I mean, you can just see how close we are to the bank. We're 150, 200 yards off the bank. And those guys weren't catching them up there. And these guys are. I mean, it's exactly like he said. We're hoping the fish come to us. It's pretty much showing that that's what's happening.
Well, even in that long shot where Loran was zooming in there as he was messing with that little fish, I saw some shad or fish activity out a ways from that further boat. So, yeah, I mean, they might have the right idea.
Yep. Yep.
And here's how you get it done, Darian. I mean, when you just sit back, load up, get a treble hook into the back of a fish. I mean, he doesn't know it's a back. He thinks he's got a whopper, but, you know, it's not a whopper. It was enough to get him out of his seat for a split second.
Yeah, I mean, he just popped up for a split second. And honestly, I think even if it would have been that whopper, he probably still would have stayed on his seat and just said, hey, get him and put him in the live well. I'll catch us another one. I think he's just chilling. He's definitely had a coffee this morning. He's an old coffee sipper from way back, I can tell.
Yeah, I mean, he had to stand up just for a little bit to stretch his legs. But, I mean, he's like, all right, now Daddy's got to go back to work. Yeah, and I'm Robbie Floyd. Get to sit in for Kay Donaldson, who's pulling for the Montevallo baseball team. They won last night, looking to go back-to-back today and maybe move on to the College World Series. Need to get 3 wins, but her son, Jake Smallwood, hit a home run yesterday en route to victory. I know she hates it. She's watching online right now. I haven't got on Facebook to see anybody talking trash, so I might have to do that in just a second and respond to some people. But you can always follow us online, alabamabastrail.org, on Facebook. We'll make that pass to YouTube as well. Kenneth out on the water. Looks like he's setting things up. Jason's cleared up. Darian, guy's been catching fish from a seat. Jason, you've moved on now. Who have you caught up with?
Well, Robbie, we made it down to boat number 151, Jason Lassiter and Shay Lassiter. Jason said he was just trying to wake up. Jason, you awake yet?
I'm getting there.
You guys spend any time in practice?
A little bit yesterday. Maybe about 5 or 6 hours. Got a couple of good bites yesterday.
Nothing comes back by himself.
Where are you guys from?
Calluses. Right below Lake Martin.
Yep.
Oh, yeah, that's right. He's from Bradley. Good boat here in Dallas.
Jason and Shay don't have any fish at this point. So we did make a run down. We went on ahead and went past the bridge. We are sitting at the mouth of Chockalaka Creek with Jason and Shay Lassiter, and they don't have any fish at this point. Did have a pretty good practice, caught a couple fish. Just trying to, Jason said, just trying to wake up at this point and get going. Kenneth, while these guys make their next selection of spots on the lake, tell us what you got done on your end of the lake.
We've made it pretty much all the way to the dam, so we've gotten as far down as we can go and pulled into a pocket here. Several boats in here, and pulled in on boat 33. It's Brandon Lovelady and Josh Williams. Says he's got 2 keepers in the boat, but he says there are 2 that they don't want to weigh in, so they know they have to catch bigger fish in order to be competitive here. Kind of what we expect to see throughout the day. A lot of teams catching fish. The key is going to be who's going to catch better than average quality today. Water's in good shape down here. It's pretty clear. It's good green color. It's kind of what I would expect down here on the lower end. This lower end typically stays a lot clearer than the upper end of the lake. This is boat 33, 3-3. These guys are fishing real slow here. He's got several rods on the deck, so I'm sure, like most teams, they're going to mix it up today. So guys, how did your practice go?
Unfortunately, we only got to practice one day.
Okay.
For about 4 hours.
All right.
It went better than today. So
okay.
Far. So 4 hours we had probably, I don't know, 12 pounds.
Okay.
Not looking so hot so far.
Right. Now in practice, were they, was it an early practice or later in the day?
Early.
Okay.
Yeah, I came up Monday, fished for, like I said, about half a day. Water was crystal clear. It's still pretty good downriver. But the bite's just not there so far. But we got a long day to go.
Yeah, it's still early.
Yeah, we've caught 5, but only 2 kept.
Okay.
We're trying to find as much grass as we can. It's a long run down here.
Yeah, it is.
When we practice, I put in, I don't know the name of the marina right around the corner. So I didn't realize how far we're running.
Right. But all the tournaments used to put in down here or towards the lower end, and now with that new facility there at Lincoln's Landing, it's moved everything further up the river there. But that surely is a great facility.
Oh yeah, that's top of the line. Yeah, that's what we were saying when we were getting ready to take off this morning. Looking back, it's all lit up so nice, and restrooms, and very nice.
Yeah, multiple restrooms. I couldn't believe, typically if there's restrooms at a ramp, it's one set.
Yeah.
I don't know if he saw a fish up there or not. Kind of pointing up there like he may have seen a fish up there. He did say that grass. You see the grass there on the shore. He said that's kind of what he's targeting. That's what he's looking for. So I understand you might be a Montevallo Falcon fan.
Well, I graduated from there 100 years ago. Oh, on camera you did that. That was just my baby. Yeah, so I graduated from university in 2003.
Right.
And I'm good friends with a fishing coach, and I lived there, you know, worked there and everything. So,
right.
So I'm definitely a fan. The university's done really well with that fishing team.
Oh yeah, yeah.
And the baseball team's pretty good too, Kay.
Yeah, yep. Well, Kay's not with us because she's following the baseball team, but she's kind of been listening in to some of our live coverage.
Yeah. Show them good luck today. Hopefully they'll pull out the win. I think her son hit a bomb yesterday.
Yeah, we're all pulling for him.
Definitely. I'm pulling for my partner out to hit me in the back. How did you know I was a University of Montevallo fan?
I have someone in my ear that gives me notes every once in a while.
Oh, okay. So you're cheating. I definitely try to follow. I follow the baseball team as much as I can, but the fishing team, obviously, they're doing really well.
It's good to see that these colleges are doing that. They help these guys out, give them a chance to travel throughout the country and fish these tournaments. It's really a good thing to see.
Oh, yeah. I wish it was around when we were in school.
Yeah, most definitely.
Yeah, that's what I was talking to the coach yesterday, and about the opportunities that gives the kids to make a career out of it.
Yeah, there's a lot more to the industry than just tournament fishing too. A lot of those anglers will end up working for manufacturers. They could help tournament trails. There's a lot of different avenues they can go.
Yeah, sure. That just knowing people, and that gets them introduced to people in this business. And I mean, I would love to make a living making baits and stuff like
Right.
That'd be awesome. Not that I'm not good at that kind of stuff, though. This water's cleaner than it was Monday. We actually didn't fish over here Monday.
Really?
When we rounded the corner, we just saw it, and it looks really good.
Right. That's a good thing. If you can kind of develop a pattern of what you're looking for, then you can kind of run through the lake and find what you're looking for. And
that's what we're consistent. We don't know the lake very well, so we're hoping that with this little cloud cover that'll help them stay shallow like they were Monday.
Right.
It doesn't appear that way so far, but we're not giving up on it yet. I know we can go flip docks and catch a limit, but that's not what we're shooting for.
Right. What kind of weight do you think it'll take to do well in this tournament today?
I don't know the weight. For me, my knowledge here, I would say 15 pounds is going to do pretty well. I mean, it may not win it. Somebody may stumble up on 18. That's what I'm thinking, around the 18, 19 mark to win it. I think you could add every fish we've caught out here in the last 2 years and we hadn't made 18 pounds. got a little bit of a Logan Martin feel to it. Lake Martin, I'm sorry. We caught a ton of fish there this year, but you know, I think 12 pounds is what we had, something like that. We find bigger fish. That's kind of what it's felt like so far this morning. Looks too good for there not to be fish back here.
Yeah,
No.
I agree with you. It makes me want to pick up a rod and start casting. I can't do that though.
Just turn the camera off, and when you're done, throw them in here.
Yeah, Kenneth, there's no doubt that water looks fishy, but something he said kind of made me go like, what? When he talked about, yeah, I could go find docks and catch a limit, how many times have we heard other guys go, I'm going to docks to find the big ones? So he thinks they're living out here in the grass, which could be the case, and he doesn't want to necessarily look underneath the docks where he thinks just limit fish are, which typically that's where the big fish are. I just thought that was different.
I think that assessment's based on the short practice they've had. He said that he was only able to practice Monday for about half a day, and caught them really well then. And I think that was based on the fish relating to the grass. So I think that's kind of what he's going off of for that.
Yeah, sometimes your ears just pick up. Again, we only have so many, boats, and we see their location. 225 took off this morning. I know McCullers look like they're actually running and maybe running by you if you see somebody here in just a bit. But you're way down there in the bottom, and I thought I heard Brandon also talk about how it's actually gotten clearer as the week's gone on. I know we've had rain leading into this week.
Yeah, down here on the lower end, especially once we get to, the warmer months, this end typically stays very clear. He's comparing it there again. He was here Monday, so he's comparing it to what it was Monday. So it's a little bit clearer than what it was Monday.
And yeah, I think I got here Wednesday night, or no, Thursday night, but I heard about it. It rained throughout the week, so that's why we did have that water change, have a little time for it to settle out there. I know Jason looked like he's caught up with somebody. We had reports a moment ago, Darian had caught up with Stifler and Gore at about 5 minutes ago, and they didn't have anything of consequence, or either no fish or nothing of consequence. Update for the friends and family, not what they wanted to hear.
I know Wesley was up at Wheeler Lake all week. He fished the Bassmaster Open, so I doubt he had any time to pre-fish. I'm guessing Stifler probably did pre-fish, but those guys are typically used to pre-fishing, and I think they pre-fish out of separate boats. So that may have a little bit of effect on those guys today, not in their normal routine.
Yeah, former winners on the Alabama Bass Trail. But yeah, you're right. I think they pick it apart individually and then come together. But yeah, with Wesley doing the Bassmaster Open was at Wheeler. We're here. I think MLF might be at Guntersville, or I know all the anglers are up there. I know Kelly Jordan and Big Show Terry Scroggins probably the other day, and they were at Guntersville. So
yeah, Bass Pro Tour's there.
Yeah, It's a busy time in Alabama, bud. Hey, how about, we haven't talked about it. How proud were you when Will Davis won the other day? I mean, I felt happy for him. Even though I saw Jason Christie, who's a friend of mine, lose one, they could have won the tournament. I felt just as happy for Will Davis winning the Elite Series event.
Well, you know, it's pretty special. The Davis family's been well known in the state of Alabama for a long time, been connected to the fishing industry for a long time. You know, he has a lot of experience. He's kind of trained himself for that moment. You know, he's worked himself up fishing local grassroots stuff. He fished the Bass Nation, actually qualified for the Classic through that. He's gotten his Elite, you know, the first year on the Elite Series this year. And, you know, a lot of us expected a lot out of him. And when that happens, it tends to be a lot of pressure, especially when you get on your home lake. It's not easy to do what he did, but he handled it very well and showed what he's capable of.
Yeah, great job by Will Davis. Again, the family, everybody, you know, at the Alabama Bass Trail congratulates him and is in the running for the Angler of the Year. Jason, it looks like you've got a good, clean picture. Who have you caught up with?
We have caught up with boat number 84, Chris Walton and Jace Garrett. Guys, what's the game plan today?
Try to catch more weight than everybody else.
Obviously, right?
Junk fish. About it.
We are in some muddy water right here.
Oh, yeah. I didn't think it was going to be this dirty in here, but oh well.
Well, that can work to your advantage.
Yeah.
You can sneak up on them pretty easy.
I wish we'd get some sun today, but I doubt that's going to happen.
What'd y'all do in practice?
Showed up this morning.
Showed up this morning, all right. So there's got to be something that brought you here. What brought you here?
We fish here at Good Bed. Just fishing a little bit of history. Just hoping they're in here.
So, Jason, they didn't say they had anything, right? It sounds like they're a little
They
dejected
do
right
have
now.
two
Did they have
fish
anything in the well? Okay.
for about 3 to 4 pounds.
We are seeing a
We are
total difference. I
in.
know it's hard when you're on the water. You can't really you can't see what the other camera's showing, but you have much darker stained water than what we saw.
Yeah,
down
I was just about to
where
say
Kenneth
we are
was.
in Chockalaka Creek, and this is the Black Rifle Coffee Morning Show. So it is known this morning
Looked
as
like Black Rifle
Chockalaka Latte Creek. So it is muddy as it all get out.
I think they put too much
Yeah, a
creamer
lot
in
of
that
rain
Black
this week.
Rifle coffee because that's what it looks.
Yeah, cream it up a little bit. Latte. Chockalaka Latte.
Well, they're hoping to catch a latte more than what they have, but a lot of bank burners
And
right
same
now.
kind of thing though
I know
here.
this morning.
As the guys were out on the river running this grass, we're running the same kind of grass in here. You know, we talked to some guys earlier this week. This grass is really starting to just now get up. The water's just kind of come up lately. This is a drawdown, wintertime kind of thing. If you've been between Birmingham and Atlanta on I-20 in the wintertime, you look out and you see this lake and all you see is dirt and a little bit of water. Well, now it's coming filled all the way back up. It needs to get just a little bit higher to get this grass right at the top of the water. The grass is sticking out a little bit too much right now. So it's fresh, new You always say that at this time of year when the fish have new water to run to, they're going to run to the bank. So that's kind of why you see a lot of teams today fishing the bank. We're fishing rising water. It is muddy today here in this area.
Is it still rising though? Kenneth said, at least on his end, he said he could tell where they've drawn it down. I guess he was seeing a barrier.
Yes,
and some of the anglers. I know it's been
but
building.
this week it's been coming up.
Right.
So it's all over the place.
Well, that confuses the fish too, because I mean, in the winter
really
drawdown,
does.
like Jason was talking about, I mean, if you drive over I-20 going from Atlanta to Birmingham, you can look over to the right and you can see what looks like islands all over the place with red clay and then the grass. Well, now they are up as high as it could possibly be, and even beyond that. So yeah, all these fish head to the bank, and then all of a sudden, if they start pulling it, then they go, hey, what's going on? And then they start pulling off of the bank. So that's why we're seeing some guys saying, yeah, I'm trying to get all these fish that are uptight, and then other guys are going, well, no, I think they pulled off a little bit. They're confused.
Well, then you add in muddy water. So now the fish really can't see far away, so you can kind of sneak up on them. Or you're going to have to throw a bait making a lot of noise. Well, guys are throwing buzz baits, guys are throwing big bladed spinner baits. That's where you'll see some teams kind of get crazy with their spinner bait blade colors and those kind of things when they're fishing muddy. So
Right.
see, he just turned around and picked up a big bladed spinner bait just then.
Right. You'll see oftentimes, I can't remember, I was with Terry Butcher one time, but you'll see, orange blades, something like that to give it a little different color, something they could pick out as well.
We call it the double ugly.
Was that your nickname in high school? Is that what you're saying?
No. That's when you have that chartreuse blade and that orange blade together. That is definitely a muddy water bait.
Oh, God.
I thought we'd have seen more guys.
We typically
up in
take a
here.
break.
We kind of worked our way back in a little bit and kind of narrowed down. I thought we'd have seen more guys. We did pass a couple guys coming out of here. I don't know, maybe the guys got up in here and saw that it was pretty muddy and said, you know what, I need to probably go somewhere else. I know y'all at home can hear the bird activity. I think the woods are definitely waking up today, so.
This portion of Alabama Bass Trail Live is sponsored by Amherst Federal Credit Union, Fish Alabama, Mountain Dew, by Jax, and by Alabama State Parks. Live coverage continues right after this.
At Phoenix Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends,
we truly love the sport of fishing.
That's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
Bill Petty Toyota is Alabama's #1 volume Toyota dealer. But that's not the only reason to get to know Bill Petty. Enjoy a 10-year unlimited warranty on every new Toyota in stock. Get 1 year of 24/7 roadside assistance. Test drive for the chance to win $5,000. You heard right. 5,000 big ones. Plus, choose from over 700 new Toyotas in stock and price to move. Bill Petty Toyota is Alabama's #1 volume Toyota dealer. Get to know us today.
You let me see. Things you let me see.
Some things ain't worth keeping. Yesterday's traditions, today's adventures, tomorrow's memories. Now that's something worth keeping. Fish Alabama and find your keeper.
For more information, visit fishalabama.org.
Welcome back to the Alabama Bass Trail presented by Phoenix Boats, our Black Rifle Coffee morning show. We're bringing it live till the top of the hour after next. We're going until 10 o'clock, so it's just before 8 a.m. right now, local time. In Alabama, looking for largemouth and spotted bass. This is the Coosa River. Just above us is Neely Henry. We got the entire chain below us. Lay Lake should be the one. Just below, we've got 3 roving reporters out there. We got our cameraman Ben up there flying the chopper, or he's on the ground with the drone. Either way. But it's, again, the 4th stop in the Alabama Bass Trail South Division. Welcome inside our studio. Kay Donaldson not here with us, the program director. She's down supporting her son, the Montevallo baseball team, trying to win a national championship for their college team. But we're seeing guys catch fish this morning. I know we caught up with the Godwin brothers early on. They had 5 fish limit. Darian has come in. He'll probably work his way towards them and stumble across them again. Let's bring in Darian Kyle, who's filling in with me out on the water. Darian Craig, I gave you Kyle. I gave you a new name, Darian, as well. You're seeing guys catch fish. You've pulled up to a pair now that have a couple. Are there any size in those 2 fish that they have?
Yeah, so the boat that we pulled up on, they said they've got 2, no size, but the interesting thing is, I think just the diversity of what we've seen this morning, for me personally, is that's kind of the story, is we've seen some shallow guys really, really catching them. We've seen shallow guys not catching them. And I think the confidence in the water dropping, the water's gotten muddier. I know throughout this morning so far we've talked about the water rising this week and falling. I don't know when it started falling, but it's definitely falling. The water level is lower than you can tell it's been throughout the week. So I know that that's changing the bite. Several people have mentioned that's changing the bite. But it was interesting to see that boat earlier that was talking about how confident they were in what they're doing. I do still see a shad spawn happening, so I know that it's happening throughout the lake. And those guys were dialed in on that white swim jig, fishing the shad spawn, your standard, and they know the river, so they know what they're doing. They know what they're looking for. But now we've pulled up on another boat, the second boat that we've seen out actually on the river fishing a river ledge or a deeper drop off, focusing on spotted bass. They've only got 2 so far, but they're smaller fish. And we're going to back off and watch them here. They are in the Phoenix again. I don't know if I told you. Kay said there was 65. I think it's more than that. I think everyone started selling their boats and getting Phoenixes for the...
Looking at the water clarity, I'm seeing your shot as well. We see as we... Yeah, that's true. But as we get further down the lake, we're seeing actually clearer water than, in a creek, it's dirtier water, and you've got more stain there.
But the thing is, with these spotted bass and you being towards this upper end, you need some of that current. You need some moving water, wind, you need something. Is there any kind of movement whatsoever? Because I'm not seeing any from this side.
No, it's very, very minimal. And what it could also be just boat wake. Like you really can't even tell. There's not enough water moving at all to see what's going on. And you're right. These guys, I imagine the guys fishing out here that are spotted bass fishing are definitely waiting on that water to turn on. And I think they're probably the people who are fishing this way know that, and they're, you know, any fish they catch before the current gets going is almost like a bonus fish. And I think this is a very interesting strategy as a tournament angler. You almost know you're not going to get many bites until that current turns on. Once it turns on, though, your bite will fire instantly. And so having the patience to do that and sit on your best spot is very interesting decision making as a tournament angler. But these guys are the best in the state, and I'm confident they're making the right decision.
Well, I mentioned Will Davis when I was talking to Kenneth, and let's bring in Kenneth's second shot. We're watching him live as well. You knew Will was probably looking for that same thing when he's up there near the dam, but we're not seeing typical stuff. When we were here last year, I remember it was much colder. It was earlier in the year. Kenneth, I know you remember it. It was tough conditions because the water was moving so much. There was so much water flow that it made things difficult. Now we're getting the other side of that story, but with the shad spawn going on, Kenneth, we're only seeing a few people on our cameras. That means that the shad spawn's not just happening in one spot. There can be many, many, many people that took advantage early.
You know, that's for sure. I mean, it's 225 boats, and we're only able to cover, you know, a handful at a time, and there's a lot that goes on that we don't get to see. But, and you know, a shad spawn situation can be really tricky because it doesn't happen all over the lake either. There can be certain areas that it happens, and it can move from day to day. Guys could have found a shad spawn in practice and show up this morning and expect it to happen, and it could not even happen. This is we're on boat 57. It's Mike McCullers and Slade McCullers, and they've got 4 fish in the boat. I asked him how much weight. He said 4 pounds. Now I know they're going to weigh more than 4, but that's telling me that they're just keepers. So these guys are looking to upgrade. When we first pulled up on them, they were actually kind of more on an offshore point, and then he moved over into to the shoreline grass. Got a bite? Ooh, miss, swing and a miss. He actually saw that fish, but I don't know if that fish was following his bait or what. He knew that fish was coming a while before he actually got the bite. But swim jig in the grass.
Well, he didn't take any chances. He loaded up. He was definitely trying to penetrate that hook if it did have any piece of it.
Right. Yeah, you know, I couldn't see anything he did wrong. It's just sometimes the fish just don't get it very good. You don't get the hook in them.
And the tough thing also, oftentimes, and you say not to do it, let the fish catch itself at times. But when you see a wake or you see something just behind, it's almost like frog fishing. You want to set that hook so early, and they hadn't taken it fully yet, you know?
Right. You're almost better off if you never see that. But I'm sure with the cloud cover we have today, a lot of teams are going to try to take advantage of this shallow water grass as long as they can. You know, lots of times it's kind of this time of year, it's kind of early in the day kind of thing. Once the sun gets up, it makes it a little bit tougher to do, especially down here on this end of the lake. The water's got a lot clearer, and that's very shallow water. So these fish don't typically stay in there. But with this cloud cover we have today and chance of rain later on, it's potential of teams being able to do this all day long.
Right. Well, we've talked about the clarity.
Yard work going on over here.
If you're If you
Always
want clear
happens.
water, you at least have that option. It's not like everything is just dirty, muddy, whatever. If you wanted clearer water or more stain, you could head that direction.
Yeah, you know, that's a good thing because a lot of these anglers are from different areas of the state, or, you know, they've got, if they have a home lake, they may be comfortable fishing a certain way, but they can come to a lake like Logan Martin and kind of look for, you know, the scenario that they're comfortable with, and you can do that depending on where you are in the lake. You know, some of the bigger creeks can be that way. I know Jason was in Choccolocco Creek, and that can be kind of a different animal all to itself. So anglers can kind of run around the lake during practice and find, you know, scenarios that they're much more comfortable with and settle down during the tournament day.
Yeah. Well, I mean, your water, and again, I get to see all the pictures now. I know what Kay gets to deal with, and we just try and paint that picture in our head. But your water looks lakey. It looks like a lake. I mean, it's stained, it's got a little color, it's clear. It feels like something you could work with. Now you just try and find the right structure or cover or whatever that you're looking for. Where Jason was at, looked like a Yoo-hoo milk, you know, and where Darien is a little darker. But yeah, I think you find what suits you best and then try and find pick that part, you know, among it. Whether I want grass, whether I want docks, what am I looking for? Whether I want humps, whether I want, you know, ledges.
Well, you know, we've got several teams in the field that have a lot of experience here, and they're familiar with both ends of the lake and all in between. And sometimes I see those guys, if they struggle, you know, the first part of the day, they'll completely scrap what they've done and run to a completely different area of the lake and completely change everything they're doing. This team's about to leave now. They've kind of run out of the grass here and they're about to leave. But we've seen teams just completely scrap what they're doing and go to a completely different pattern in order to try to trigger a bite, to do what they can to change their day around.
Yeah, you guys are picking up and they're bailing, and they will be able to move to Darien here in just a little bit. But again, guys are out mowing their yard, blowing off all the leaves, getting ready to go. It's that time of year. Hopefully your lawn looks good, because it doesn't get any better than now.
It is.
Looks like boat number 120. 120.
Yeah, we just pulled up on them.
Beach Jr.
They're fishing right under the I-20 bridge. It's loud, and there's a lot of commotion going on. And I tell you, the most interesting thing that we're seeing right now is the amount of people that are running. There is a lot of boats running right now. I hope y'all can hear me. I don't even know. I hope everyone can hear this, but there's a lot of activity going on. These guys said they got 4 fish, all around a pound to a pound and a half. So they've got that average. We actually didn't even ask them their spotted bass. I imagine there's spots where they're fishing at, but regardless, that's a average size fish. It seems like for this lake, if you catch a keeper, he's going to be a pound to a pound and a half, and they've got 4 of them. But he said it kind of with confidence, like he's expecting to have more weight than that. So, man, they're firing a bunch of different baits and certainly working what we've talked about multiple times, just a 1-2 approach. The guy in the back is really focusing on fishing the piling itself, the fish that are around the piling, and the guy in the front of the boat's more covering the flat. He's throwing a bunch of different, I guess, search type baits, moving baits, crankbait, chatterbait, spinnerbait. He's picked up several different rods, and they're just doing a 1-2 approach. That's what it takes to be a good team in a team event like the ABT, is trying to dial in exactly what they're biting on. And this is a textbook picture of doing exactly that. I haven't looked at it. I'll check for you. I don't know if I can. He was asking for the weather forecast. And look, I'm no meteorologist, but I'll give everybody that's watching, you know, a little taste of the weather too. Right now it's saying we've got 40% chance at 9 a.m. then it drops to 30, 50% at noon, and it looks like it's staying at 50% throughout the rest of the day. So I think it's one of those systems that's any chance it may come, any moment it may pop back out. That's your unofficial, no meteorology school. Never given a meteorology. I've never done a meteorology class. Nothing. I just watched James Spann. So there you go. From a couple years fishing the Alabama Bass Trail and many years fishing on this lake, this area of the lake right around the I-20 bridge up to the railroad bridge is always an area that there's a ton of boats, and it's almost one of those places you hear about where if they're biting in an area, everyone around this I-20 bridge catches them. But if they're not biting in that area, it's like no one in this area catches them at all. And it's funny how that's consistent and how that can happen in certain lakes and different bodies of water. But it seems to be always the case here. Like if the fish are biting around the 20 bridge, you better be on them. These guys just got one in the back of the boat right now. Looks like a little one. It's definitely a little one. There we go. There we go. Well, we'll just stay here. Well, he was saying you're good luck. He said every time a camera boat pulls up, we catch a fish. I don't think that one in the back is going to be a keeper. He's going to measure it. It'll be close. And if this is a keeper, it'll be their fifth. Always a great feeling tournament fishing. He's digging in for the golden rule right now. We'll see. We're anxiously awaiting Mr. Beach, Team Beach Fishing. There's the golden rule. Here's the moment of truth. I think he's going to be a keeper. I bet he's 12 and a half, and I can see a half inch from this far away. Number 4? He just held up 4. I don't know. I think that's number 5, but I don't. He might have been saying it's a 4-pounder. Now, he would have been lying. That would have not been accurate. I want us to zoom in, if we can, to his spinnerbait he's throwing, which appears to be a crankbait spinnerbait combo. I've never seen that in the history of fishing. Have I seen a crankbait spinnerbait combo? Lauren, can we get a really close zoom in on that crankbait spinnerbait he's got? Can you zoom in close to that? Jeez. Well, he's still down there. You can catch him now. It'll make TV. So he said this morning, 4th cast, he lost a giant, and he's still not over it. He's shaking, but you know what? He's got the crankbait spinnerbait. I think that's what it is. If it is, I just
we bring good luck though, so just hang out. Boat number 7.
Jason, I'm on Team Beach and Beach, and they just caught a fish. It sounds like I hear you talking to somebody. What's it like down there?
Well, we kind of pulled out to the mouth of Chakalaka Creek, and we pulled up with Joe Wyckoff and Alan Davis, boat number 7. Guys, you just lost one. You got 2 in the box. 3 in the box. How was practice? Slow?
Yeah. We could have squeaked out a limit each day of practice, but they wouldn't have had the weight we needed.
What's the game plan today?
Well, once we finish here, we're going to go to a row of deeper docks, give that a try, and then probably from there head to the south end, to an area we have a bit more confidence.
It's about game plan's kind of almost covering water today.
Pardon?
Game plan's probably a little bit of just covering water.
Yeah. We decided to hit the places that we'd found some fish up here, but ultimately we think we'll end up on the south end.
Yeah. What's overall weight you think you got right now?
4 pounds.
4 pounds? 3 fish?
Yeah. Not much. And one of them's a 2-pounder, if that tells you anything.
Gotta start somewhere though, and you know, fish in the box is always a good thing at this point.
Yeah. Normally, on spot lakes, later in the day is better, but not always. One thing that has shocked me so far is the lack of topwater bites. Maybe somebody got it, but we didn't get it.
Huh. That's interesting.
Yeah. I'm sure probably somebody did, but we couldn't find one in 2 days.
Huh. Once again, we're on Joe Wyckoff and Alan Davis, 3 fish in the box, pushing about 4 pounds. Said they plan to start here on some shallower docks, and then the game plan is definitely to move down the lake and get on some deeper docks where they had caught some fish. Go ahead.
All right, we've caught up with the team of Lanier Burton and Kelly J, boat number 17, and said he's caught about 10 fish today, and he's got 5 in the live well that weigh about 8 pounds. And so far in the short time I've been watching Kelly, he's been alternating between a walking topwater bait and a jerk bait. Kelly is pretty much known for his jerk bait prowess. Something he uses quite a bit and very effective with it. Yeah, if I could pick up a swim bait here. Not another walking topwater bait. So he's mixing it up a little bit. You can see he's kind of on it's a main lake point here. You got the seawall there in the background. It's kind of an area that these fish kind of pull up and feed. Looks like he's still trying to target, active fish up feeding.
We've just bounced around on a couple different teams.
Oh yeah. What's it going to take to catch a better quality fish today, in your opinion?
Being
Okay.
I think you're gonna have to go through, several and just pull up. It's like lots of little water. Except for they seem to bite better when it's cloudy here.
Right.
Martin kind of shit.
You're just going to try to cover a lot of water and hope that you come across the better. Yeah.
Lanier brought his boat to practice, so we just get it through. We got our better fish to practice.
Okay.
Places that had better fish.
Right.
We got one decent fish and 4 we need to get rid of.
It seemed like the lake's been fishing a lot tougher here recently.
We caught a lot of fishing, right? Getting that big one, was kind of hard.
Right.
A little bit of rain goes out. I don't mind the clouds. I don't want the rain. I think them guys in the later flight, it really ain't gonna do them a lot of good if you struck under.
Right. Yeah, I'm starting to get a few raindrops, and I can kind of see here in the background, looking back over behind my boat, I'm seeing a little bit of rain coming in, so kind of expected some off and on rain throughout the day. They like to predicted that could be some storms with gusty wind this afternoon, so you may see some of that during that hooked up. We got 2 on here? Yeah, it's a double up here. Oh,
Almost got a double for you.
yeah, almost. Lanier's got off. Lanier's going the top water and got off, and Kelly J's got his in the boat. Let's see if it'll help him call up any. It's going to be close here. While he's doing that, I'm going to get my rain jacket back up. He's a former Elite Series angler. Spent a lot of time traveling the country. I spent the last couple of years fishing more local stuff. Certainly glad to have him on the Alabama Bass Trail.
These guys are pulling up on here. We just caught a fish. Trying to make sure they're one of our local teams or one of our teams.
We're not live.
Guys, how are y'all? Fishing the ABT today?
No.
I didn't think so. Good fish catch though.
Alabama Bass Trail Live, presented by Black Rifle Coffee, is brought to you by Phoenix Boats, Bush Light, Bahio Sunglasses, Bill Penny Automotive, and by TH Marine. There's more straight ahead.
At Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends,
We truly love the sport of fishing.
that's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
Stetson Blaylock, Todd Auten, Hank Fury, let's go!
Garmin Live Scope, I tell you right now, if you don't have it, you are behind. It's just wild. It's like a video game.
If you do not have that Garmin Live Scope, you are definitely missing out.
Bassmaster Classic Champion!
Nobody wants to run out of power when they're on the water. There is a better way. Introducing the Charge Marine Power Management Station from PowerPole that does the work of 3 devices: a traditional battery charger, a charge on the run, and an emergency start system. PowerPole Charge.
It's the Alabama Bass Trail. Logan Martin, 4th stop of 5 for the ABT South. Again, you sign up for one, you sign up for them all. In your quest to try and win each and every stop, you could, hey, what did that be? 10,000, 10 times 5 is 50,000. You could win, you know, twice that much if you're riding around a Phoenix boat, America's first credit union. Get my boat through there. We can just keep adding them up. Garmin. I saw the Garmin ad just a moment ago, and it got me thinking we really haven't seen, unlike other tournaments I've been watching this year, we haven't seen many graph watchers today, and it's just not really setting up for that. Overcast conditions. We saw Kenneth Grover just a moment ago on Kelly J. And his partner near Burton, and he was talking about how it was starting to rain. He was throwing on his rain gear, but they had a limit about 8 pounds. One of the fish was a good one that they can kind of build on. We've still got about another hour and a half of coverage here on our Black Rifle Coffee morning show. We started off this morning at 6:04 with Kenny Smith, R.J. Thompson with a fish, just a couple of smalls. I'm getting a lot of drop out from my, oh, hey, I can't do it there. I got it. See, it's all the technology on there. Now I got it. I get drop out from my inner ear stuff. I should be able to hear you now. But the one thing earlier this morning were the Godwins. We caught up with them at 6:24. So less than an hour, they already had a limit. A decent one at that. We didn't ever hear their total when it came time, but they had one that they thought was a 3-pounder. It wound up being a 4. So if you figure every pounder or pound and a half could be a 2 or 2.5, you never know. Let's just say 2.5 pound average. Let's say a 2 pound average. They're already up to 12 pounds. Let's figure around there. We have been seeing other people catch fish. We pulled up to Rob Lee and Steve Winslet. They didn't have any, again, at 6:40 this morning, but then they caught a couple, I believe, doing different things. We've seen wacky rigs. We've seen drop shots. We've seen the spinner crankbait. We've saw stuff we haven't seen before. We've seen swim jigs in the grass. Working our way through. James Lewis, Charlie Thomas at 7:15. They had a limit. I think they caught one while they were on camera there. Lovelady and Williams, a couple of fish. Stifler and Gore didn't have anything early on this morning. Walter and Garrett, a couple of fish for 3 or 4 pounds. So we're seeing guys catch fish. McCullers again, they're in the Angler of the Year hunt as well. They had 4 fish, just not the right size, about 4 pounds. If you catch a keeper bass, it's going to be a pound. I mean, you have to have them at least 12 inches in length, whether it be a spotted bass or a largemouth, for it to work.
I'm in the studio today. In case some of you were wondering, I do have my communication, or I should now. Kay's not with us. It's the first time she's ever missed an Alabama Bass Trail event. But again, Kay, you are missed. But it is nice in here because as I'm hearing rain starting to form outside, I've got my Yeti with Black Rifle coffee, and the temperature here is good. I want to point that out because we also have Darian out on the water, Jason out on the water, as well as Kenneth on the water. I'm looking at Darian's shoe, Kenneth's shoe, and a blank from Jason. So that tells me we don't have any cameras up now. I don't know if they're able to roll back anything from Elvis or anything from some of our fish catches, because we were seeing guys catch fish today. The gentleman we just pulled up to was a local angler on a nice day like this morning. If they have opportunity to go out and fish, why wouldn't you do so? And evidently that gentleman was not in our tournament, and his wife didn't know he was out fishing. So I think we're going to step aside for just a little bit, let the guys regroup and settle down. Weather is starting to play a factor. I know our TH Marine weather report had it at 75 water temp and 65. Things are heating up as far as the ambient temperature, but the rain is finally not holding off. And if it's happening on the lower end, it'll probably start working its way north. So we're going to step aside for just a little bit, and we'll be back. We still got about an hour and a half to go here. ABT, our Black Rifle Morning Show. We're at Logan Martin. It's the fourth stop of the Alabama Bass Trail South Division.
On the Water live coverage is brought to you by Academy Sports and Outdoors, by Strike King, Lose, by Garmin, and by Alabama State Parks. There's more to come. Stay with us.
At Phoenix Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends,
We truly love the sport of fishing.
that's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
Stetson Blaylock, Tom Orton, Hank Terry, let's go!
Garmin Live Scope, I tell you right now, if you don't have it, you are behind. It's just wild. It's like a video game.
If you do not have that Garmin Live Scope, you are definitely missing out.
Bassmaster Classic Champion!
The TH Marine HydroWave H2 KVD Edition is a surefire way to ignite a feeding frenzy. The HydroWave utilizes a sound-emitting technology that imitates bait fish and other feeding fish below the surface that preys on the competitive nature of bass and other game fish to get you more bites. The HydroWave is another way that TH Marine has you covered from transom to trolling motor.
All right, we've made it back down a little bit further than the I-20 bridge. We're just in the same area. As you can see, we're in just a small rocks toss away from the I-20 bridge. There's a lot of boats around, a lot of boats running around, and we've met up with boat number 93, and they said they've only got one fish, and I did this number, and he did this number right back. So doesn't look like it's a giant one, but what we're seeing is they're offshore. They're fishing some sort of ledge, a hard spot right off of the main river ledge. They've got their buoy marker out, which you don't see a ton anymore now with all the technology. You don't see the buoys. The buoy is a lost art nowadays, the marker buoy. But we've got the guy in the back dragging the Carolina rig, and haven't been able to tell what the guy in the front's throwing. But this is old school fishing at its finest. I think this is another case of just waiting on that water to turn on. We've been Rob, we've been talking about that all morning, just waiting on the current you know, things get stagnant and the water's not moving. You were joking about the last tournament being, you know, it was too much current last time. It's not enough current this time. Can fishermen ever be happy? Can they be complacent, or is that not a thing?
No, they're never happy, and I can hear Kay thinking it. No, in the best of days, there's always somebody, you know, with an issue. I am stoked though, because we've already seen a fish catch where the man's sitting with a butt seat or with a back on it. We've seen a marker buoy, and you're right, the marker buoy business has dropped off significantly ever since the Garmin, you know, equipment came out. I mean, if you put your stock in buoys, you're hurting.
If you put your stock in buoys, I would hope you would reach out to a different financial advisor. But
right,
I do agree that the buoy stock has tanked. But it is awesome. Like you see, you know, a lot of guys when they're talking about I hear fish catching. I'm going to stop talking. I don't even know how.
Oh yeah, let's go. Derek Hutchins and Jay Hutchins. Oh no, that's actually, I thought they were on boat 3.
Yeah, not
Jason,
sure who
you
we're
got?
pulling up on here just yet. They are one of our anglers this time, so we won't make that mistake again. We're going to get up here. They did just catch one underneath that dock. I'm sure we may be able to get a replay of it here in just a second. Powers of technology we have these days. They are weighing it, so we will have a weight. Oh, must not be big enough, so I'm guessing they got 5. Guys, what's the boat number? 101. That is the boat of Terry Stevens and Kyle Dorsett. Guys, we're throwing that one back. I'm guessing we got 5 at this point.
Yeah, about 8 pounds.
8 pounds. Have you caught a good many fish though?
Plenty of bites, no big ones.
Yeah.
It's not changing a little while though. They've been biting better lately.
How many days y'all spend practicing?
Quite a few.
Already worn out before tournament day, right?
Yeah, it might be. The camera fell earlier. We put it back on.
Looks like y'all got it back up there good.
Well, that sticker, they keep falling, they push it.
I know we've talked a little bit earlier today that this is the 4th stop of 5. And this is when the AOY points begin to really come into play for teams looking to make the ABT championship later this year. They're also looking to be in the top 9 to fish the Bassmaster Team Championship. Just Gary Stevens, I'm not sure they can get in that top 9, but Kenneth, I know that you're on another team with me here. Come on in.
Yeah, we've caught up with a team of Adam Bain and Chris Colley, boat number 80, and says it's been slow for these guys. He's got 2 fish for about 5 pounds so far, and they're just trying to cover some water. He said he pulled into this area looking for some fry garters, hoping that get some bites. But these guys are still trying to put it together. Tough practice and trying to make it happen on tournament day. All right, I'm being told that it's Adam Bain and Brandon Hurst. Chris Colley couldn't make it, so Brandon Hurst is filling in for him today. I'm being reminded that Brandon Hurst actually won a tournament here back in 2020, about the same time of year. So, you know, you have to submit your alternate partner when you sign up. I don't know if, you know, if he knew that this was a lake that they were going to need a fill-in for, but pretty good little move by their part to plan it that way. I'm trying to remember that event. I remember covering those guys. I remember what he was doing. I hooked up. Oh, missed it. It looked like a pretty good bite there. If I remember right, Brandon was flipping docks that day because I remember covering him. It wasn't in this area we're at now, but it was on the lower end of the lake where we're covering. So looks like kind of they're trying to duplicate a similar pattern of what he did back in 2020. If I remember right, that day it was sunny, bright sunshine, and hot. A lot different conditions than what we have here today. That looked like a pretty good fish that he missed. Not what you want to happen when you're struggling, when you're trying to put the pieces together and you finally get an opportunity with a good bite. It really hurts when you don't complete it and get in the boat. You know, we saw the McCullers earlier, and he was swimming a jig in that grass and had a really good fish pull on his bait, and he didn't get it. And on his way out of that pocket, he talked about it, and I could tell by the way he was acting that was really bothering him, that he missed that opportunity. Catching fish, I don't think it's going to be very difficult on this lake, but getting those good bites is difficult. We know that's the case, and when they have the opportunity to do that and they don't complete it, it really makes it difficult. But you got to keep your head down and keep fishing and keep moving, try to develop a pattern, and hope that you get a bite or two that kind of clues you into something that you can do, and try to run the lake and duplicate it. This is a lake that you can develop a pattern and duplicate it. There's a lot of similar areas. Another hooked up here. Got this one in the boat. I'll say it again, we obviously bring good luck. I mean, kind of sound like he was struggling a little bit. And 2 bites here, got one in the boat. All the guys that we roll up on and think that we're bad luck, we're proving them wrong here. That's fish number 3 for these guys. Should have him in the 6.5, 6 3/4 pound range. All right, as you can see, these guys are pitching these docks. Keep making casts under these docks, and it pays off.
Man, we just had a big swing and a miss here, Kenneth.
Jason, you know, we've been on several teams. All three of us have been on several teams that are actually getting bites. So that's a good sign. I expect to see a lot of teams weighing in this afternoon.
That's what I figured too. Kenneth, these guys are going to head your way. He said they're going to go join the crowd.
Tell them
So
to
I
come
guess
on.
the family is down there today. Good luck, guys. Thank you for your time today.
You know, I mentioned that earlier today. You know, I expect a lot of teams to make moves like that. Teams that, especially if they're struggling, if they've started in a particular area of the lake, certain conditions, they're gonna move and try to completely change, you know, the area and the techniques, tactics. As an angler, you're gonna assume or think that the fish are biting somewhere else that you're not at if you've really been struggling. So I think these teams will kind of flip-flop the lake a few times today. This is boat 80. And once again, this is a team that's doing, you know, different things. Adam's in front of the boat, more of a finesse presentation, and swimming a white jig. Well, it's a combination. He's swimming sometimes and he's hopping it. He's kind of alternating his retrieve, but giving the fish two different options there. It's interesting. I've been in some places down here already this morning multiple times, and I've seen areas where multiple teams have gone through. This is actually an area here. This stretch of docks is where we filmed the team earlier. If I remember right, they didn't get bit, and here he's gotten 2 bites and 1 in the boat. So just goes to show you that guys can fish through an area and be fished there and not get bit. So another team can roll in 30, 45 minutes later, and all of a sudden it's a different deal. Some of that could be time of day as well. You know, early in the morning, some of these fish may be out more roaming, maybe along the bank, kind of in between the docks. And as this day goes on, it's still quite cloudy, but still, it's more light than it was earlier this morning. So as that happens, the fish may get a little bit tighter to these docks. Darren, I understand you found a new team. Tell us what's going on there now.
Would he go down this slide? Yeah. I mean, Robbie, what do you think about this slide?
He's talking to somebody.
I wouldn't want to go down it. These guys are saying they wouldn't go down it. So they said they've got 4 fish. Guys, we're talking to y'all and we're talking to the camera at the same time. So we got one thing good on. So you got 4 fish. What are those 4 weight?
Not a lot. Probably 6 pounds, maybe.
Yeah. Average, we'll keep the limit. Say you lost 1 fish.
Yeah, I lost one about 3 pounds.
Yeah.
Good old frog. Nice and roll. We're just throwing small swim baits and frogs. This is the only pocket we've been in this morning. Going round and round.
Same pocket, round and round.
Yeah, we seem to be catching right around the edge of the grass.
Catching fish, frogging, swim jigging around the edge of the grass. Fishing the same. It's interesting you said that. One of the other boats that we talked to that was catching fish said the same thing.
I do not.
He said, we got one good pocket, we're going to fish your blank.
Yep. We're seeing a lot of fish, so we're just going to keep milking long as we can.
Smart, I like it.
That's all we know to do.
Yeah.
2 days of practice wasn't very good, so we was on our way back to the ramp yesterday, and we saw this pocket. We rode in here and looked at it, never made a cast. Said, okay, this is where we're going to start, because it can't be any worse than what we're doing.
There we go.
Yeah.
I like it.
So that's what we did. We got here this morning, there was 3 boats already in it, and we started on that side and just worked our way all the way around.
Yeah. Just don't let them get in your head and just fish around.
That's all we do is fish.
That's right.
Keep fishing, keep your head down, keep grinding.
That's right. Well, it's going to stay overcast looks like all day, so maybe that topwater bite will stay going.
I hope so.
That's what we're hoping.
That's the only bite we've got right now. Might catch one here, might catch one over there.
What y'all got weight-wise? 2 fish.
We got one of the right ones.
Hey, that's where it starts, right?
Yep.
Well, y'all go run to the rain, okay?
Huh? That's where we're headed.
Everybody else is headed that way, I think, too. Y'all be safe. Boat number 110 got 2 fish in the box. Got one of the ones that they want. So that's Chris Rutland and Kobe Carden. Another one of those teams to watch. Pulling up on another team here. Let's see who they are. Morning, guys. How are y'all? What's y'all's boat number? 23. Boat number 23 is Edgar McMichael and Dale McMichael. What kind of weights you guys got? 5 for about 6 pounds. That's a good start, guys.
5 o'clock. We had them at 8 o'clock. We're trying to curl up.
Yeah, just one fish at a time is how it works these days.
Yeah. We'll see y'all later.
Y'all headed out too, all right. Well, everybody's gonna make a run, it looks like.
Hey, they were up early feeding on that shell.
Where are they?
Just so happens we were the only one here.
Hey, that's right. That's how you got your 5.
Yeah, that's how we got our 5. We caught
Boat number 23 there, Edgar McMichael and Dale McMichael got 5 fish for about 6 pounds or so. They said that they got here on this spot first thing, and they were fishing this bank right along here, and they were the only ones here. They got their 5 really quick. They're going to try to keep upgrading throughout the day. Got a small limit. 52. Off to a good start there. We continue to see more and more teams headed towards Kenneth Wade down at that end. I guess they just want to go get in the rain.
Yeah, so we're just going to stick here about 52. They're confident what they're doing. They're fishing a really good a good looking pocket. I've personally never fished in this one, but looks really good. And what they said is it's very random. They're throwing frogs and swim jigs, so there's like real sparse grass, areas of grass, and then there'll be a stretch where it's just bank. So that isolated grass patches is kind of what they're focusing on. And if you can look down the bank, like there's not just one long stretch of grass like you see at other areas, like we saw this morning with the brothers, Godwin and Godwin. These guys are just fishing more random. They said it could be a bite here and it could be a bite there, but they're dialed on what they're doing. They're focused, and they're confident. And that's really the main thing. And he said that yesterday we were headed back to the ramp. We pulled in this pocket, idled around, never even made a cast, and said, "Yep, we're starting here." So whatever it was, it looked really good to them, and they've got a good start so far. These guys, if I remember correctly, they said they got 4 for around 6 pounds, and they missed a 3-pounder. And they said when they started in here this morning, there were several boats. But again, we've heard this a couple times, they were confident in what they were doing, or maybe they were just not confident in anything else. They just started in here with everybody, kind of found a spot to start in, stay out of everybody's way, and multiple people fished this little pocket, I guess, right out of the gate. And as we've been doing this live, you can hear what the other 2 guys are doing, Kenneth and Jason, and it sounds with them like there's been a lot of people running and gunning and moving around. We can see that. We're right above the railroad bridge, above the I-20 bridge, and a ton of running. I mean, people are just moving around a lot. So that either means a lot of people are really dialed in on a pattern and they're burning up gas, headed to the next spot because they're catching them and they don't want the bite to stop, or they're in scramble mode and they're already, running around this area of the lake didn't work out for them, so they're running to the next one. But either way, it's always interesting. We talk about all the time, tournament fishing is a game of decisions, and when you see that much running around going on, there's a lot of different decisions happening, and that's what makes it fun. But I'm going to sit back and just follow these guys for a few more minutes and just watch fishing. I'll stop talking, and it sounds like we're going to probably do a little commercial break, and when we come back from commercial, I'm sure we'll be back on some good fishing. We're going to stick with these guys even through the commercial break just to see what's going on. So this is the final hour of our live coverage today here on Logan Martin, and we're going to go to commercial break. We'll be back very shortly, and y'all stick around as hopefully the fishing's going to pick up here in this last hour on Logan Martin.
This portion of Alabama Bass Trail Live is sponsored by Amherst Federal Credit Union, Fish Alabama, Mountain Dew, by Jax, and by Alabama State Parks. Live coverage continues right after this.
At Phoenix Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends,
we truly love the sport of fishing.
That's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
The perfect checking account doesn't exist. Not at a bank, that is. So why do you keep looking there? At Amherst, you can get no minimum balance or monthly fees, an instant issue debit card, and free checks with unlimited check writing. But who doesn't want more? Like a rewards program you'll actually use, and convenient digital tools that make it easy to manage your account from anywhere. Now you could try and find that at a bank, or you could save yourself the trouble by checking with us.
No, looks like boneless wings are back at Jack's. And people love them so much, there's bound to be a napkin shortage. Juicy, boneless chicken wings in 3 bold, mouth-watering flavors. Try the tangy honey barbecue, that craveable sweet and spicy, or the zesty classic buffalo. What is a shirt anyway, if not one giant napkin?
You'll go back to Jack for more.
Jack's, all about the South.
Big companies get bigger and bigger and talk about their fancy labs where they study fish behavior. But then they all go golfing on the weekend. We don't have a large laboratory to test baits. Why, you ask? We don't need a big laboratory because our pros fish, our employees fish, Our salespeople fish, our suppliers fish, our mold builders fish, our owners fish, and our kids fish. This is our laboratory. Our R&D comes from time on the water, learning how to make fish bite. We don't have other hobbies. We fish. We fish all year in all conditions across the whole country. All that time on the water brings us thousands of hours of testing new products and improving current ones for all species. We're a family-owned U.S. company that has many of our products made in America by American workers. The products we don't make in America, we make in Guatemala, which supports many families in that country as well.
Well, we said we were going to stick around for the commercial break, and we did. They worked just a few 20 yards or so, 20 foot probably, since we got off the commercial, and he just caught one. He said he made a cast. The fish missed it, and then threw right back in next cast and caught him. It wasn't a big one, it was just a keeper, but that is number 5 for him, so there was a little fist bump out of both guys, a little sigh of relief. Now it's time to hunt a kicker, and he's saying that this is more fish they've caught all week, so I bet they're just going to stick around here and hope the kicker bites.
Yeah, it looks like they're going perpendicular with that bank too, going straight at the bank. Pulling it back off the bank instead of going more parallel like you'll often see people going parallel to the bank. They're throwing straight at the bank and pulling it back. But,
yeah,
what is that, a crank? I mean, what do they have? Are they throwing to that grass edge?
Yeah, they're both throwing a frog, topwater frog in the grass, and what you were saying, they're throwing straight to the bank and working it back. The last fish that he caught was probably 15 feet off the bank on that frog. So it was, I don't know if he chased that out of the grass or what, but.
Okay, again, we were kind of surprised with the commercial break, but you see him just skimming them across the top, good enough to get the net out. And yeah, when you have 4 fish in the live well, that one anything over 12 inches or 12 inches or more will give them that limit. So if they thought they had 4 for 6, now let's go 5 for 7.5. Let's just at least give you a pound and a half for that one. But yeah, it was hard for me to tell, but it makes sense why they were bringing it straight off with the frog. So topwater bite, and knowing the guys on the Elite Series through the years, it can be in open water and you can catch fish on a frog. So that thing been eyeballing it for a while, and it figured it was time to go munch, and they did that, and they're putting in the clip, but now it's time to upgrade from that fish.
That's right.
So kind of, calm conditions. We've seen it throughout the years. I know back in 2020, it was a pretty solid, tournament. Again, it was in May, 215 limits out of 225 boats. That's getting it done. But the winning weight, we guessed 17-18 might do it this year. Well, back then, 1764 was the winning weight. There were quite a few 4-pounders, but there was only one that got into the 5 range. 5.08 was our big fish that year back in 2020. But again, we're going to probably see a lot of limits today. We're seeing a lot of 1-pounders. It's just trying to find those difference makers. And we know the Godwins caught them early. I know Jason's working his way over to them. I think he spotted them. It's a good update. And yeah, we got one on here. Oh, and we had one on here.
Oh, he missed it.
Was that a premature evacuation on that? Did he pull it out of its mouth? Because the frog bite, when you see it hit, you'll want to set the hook, even though it hadn't taken it.
No, I think it was a foul. I think the bait fouled. Because he stuck him, and when he's now fixing his frog, you can see him working on it, and it looked like a better fish. I think that he waited. I think some of them just fouled up with the bait, and you can see he's still messing with it.
It got a hook full of rubber frog instead of meat.
Instead of fish face. Yeah, he got rubber hook and rubber frog instead of fish face. But hopefully he can throw back in there and catch him.
What about you? Are you a guy that likes to keep that edge, or do you like to turn them out just a little bit?
Yeah. Well, what I was going to say is that we talked this earlier about ABT fishing as a team and communication, and it seems like every team that ever does good in ABT, that you have to fish as a team. You can't fish, 2 guys doing different. they got to be on the same page as I'm getting to. But immediately, as soon as he missed that frogfish, the guy in the back picks up a worm of some sort. I can't exactly tell what it is, but immediately pitches in to follow up that missed catch with something a little bit slower, kind of get to the bottom and see if you can get the fish spot. You see that happen a bunch, but it's also important for the guy in the front to keep throwing what he just got bit on, let the guy in the back to have something follow up. And it's important as in a team. If you want to win a team event, you have to be this dialed together on it. And so we've said it time and time again, but the teams that do the best operate just like these two guys are.
Well, you'll see that. I mean, even as an individual, if you get a strike like that, you'll see them. That's why you always got to have that deck ready with something else. I don't even care if it's sight fishing. If they take a swipe or miss one fish, you come back in there with something a little different to entice them. Or maybe you've got a bigger bait and you come back with a finesse. You know, even as an individual angler, you've got to have something on that deck ready to follow it up with.
That's right.
2 box here. Looks like Darian and now Kenneth. Hey, Kenneth, who are you caught up with?
We're at boat 22. It's Joey Adderhold, Tim Hatcher. And we pulled up on them a minute ago, and they started moving, and we just followed them. They didn't go very far, but these guys are targeting docks. They've got 5 fish in the live well for about 10.5 pounds. We saw him catch one on this dock when he pulled up to it, and got a hook set. That's a good one there.
Oh,
that's a good
on.
one. Get it out of there. Well, I thought it was better than that. Maybe it was kind of hung up on that dock, or could have been a brush pile in there. So these guys are sitting about 10.5 pounds, so they're looking to upgrade. These guys are probably looking for 3-pound plus fish. That's what they need at this point, and they can get a couple of those. It has them in the range of where they need to be by the end of the day.
The locals in this body of water, they expect to do good. I know I was golfing with Joey yesterday, and I don't think Tim went out either. So, but if you have confidence and you know what you're doing, there's no use in catching fish. I think Tim might have went out earlier in the week, but why mouth a fish? Why stick a fish? Because that keeps him from possibly biting for another day or two, right? And you can cut the hooks, you can cut the bars, and maybe get a feel. But if you know what you're going to do and you're sticking to that game plan, go out there and do it on game day. You don't want to win practice.
Oh, for sure. Practice is just to give you the clue or the idea of what you need to do on tournament day. You don't want to stick any more fish than you have to. And if you don't have to stick a fish at all, you're even better off.
I'm going to go ahead and call him out just in case he's watching now. But Shane Jewell, who fishes Alabama Bass Trail, and I'm trying to remember what tournament it was. I think it was Pickwick. He made the mistake. I was in Miami covering sport fishing championship, and he started sending me pictures of practice, Kenneth, and showing me like 5-pounders and like one after another. And I'm like, dude, do not win practice. And he's like, you know, one of them feelings of I'm on them. Well, he was on them on practice day, and he did not have the day he wanted when it come game time, and that hurts.
Yep. This team's picking up trolling motor move, and he just said that they're not sticking too long. They've got specific docks that they're wanting to target, and they're going to move from those location and not waste much time in between. Good luck to you.
Vincent. Tim Hatcher, Joey Adderhold making a bail out of there. But look at this. Game day. Montevallo was the Falcons, right? They're looking to try and beat West Florida. I think it's one of their nemesis, a team they expected to play maybe in the championship game, but they're not going to get that opportunity. Unfortunately, they lost their first game against Barry, but now they get some redemption. West Florida, who they had some struggles with in the regular season, they beat them today. It should knock out West Florida, and then they'll have another opportunity and a chance to go to the championship. But again, Jake Smallwood, K-Sun, the number 1 there going yard, and their media team had a good one out there. Said, hey, we need to get some lawyers in on this because they should change the name from Smallwood to Bigwood. He drove home a run last night in the victory for Montevallo. So big-time game for the team that also has a very good, not only baseball team, but a good fishing team as well. Good facility down there. So we move off from one team that had 5 fish for 10.5 in Adderhold and Hatcher. Let's find out what Jason has. Did you catch up with the Godwins?
Yes, sir. We have caught up with the Godwin brothers again. We stopped on the spot with them for a second there, and they actually caught a little short fish. They're live scoping right now. I know we had said earlier that we didn't really see any teams doing that. Well, here we go. These guys are live scoping for sure. Caught one on live scoping. Sitting about 16 feet of water. He's got his head down. Haven't talked to him yet. Just kind of tried to stay back a little bit on that other spot because they were swirling around chasing fish on my scope. So you got to kind of stay back when that's happening. We're going to get to talk to him. So obviously we know that they have 5 fish, and anything over 2, 2.5 is not helping right now. So do your math, 15 pounds.
We're figuring if that might have been a 2 and they threw it back, 5 2s is 10 pounds. We're figuring they're probably at least 12 and a half and still upgrading from now. I'm curious to see how many numbers of fish, because this looks different, totally different type of water than what they were fishing to start today.
Yeah, we're definitely out deeper now. We're on the main lake. We've come down a pretty good ways. We're not too far from Kenneth at this point. When we first pulled up on them on the other spot a minute ago, they were live scoping so hard that only one guy had his rod in his hand. So they were really trying to focus on the graph and really target specific fish.
And that's something we haven't seen today. I mean, if they're doing that and they're out deep,
that's what I'm saying, yeah.
Go swing and a miss right there.
Yeah, they're definitely around.
But that's the first time in a long time it's taken this long for me to see somebody not on their Garmin live scope, Especially this later in the year. And I get it, if you're beating the bank, you're not looking, you don't have much depth as far as the water column there. You're looking at grass, you're looking at some kind of cover for these fish. But now that they moved out, that electronics is really going to play a factor. Our top team gets an extra $500 from Garmin if they're qualified. Our highest finisher with their Garmin equipment gets an extra $500, so it pays to use the right equipment. Not to mention you win $10,000 from using the right equipment with a victory here today. Jason, when we were on the Godwins earlier, I think it was Darian that was with them, and he pointed out, just how good they are wherever they go on the Alabama Bass Trail. I mean, they're always ones to look for. But I've noticed with them in the Phoenix boat now, they have upgraded everything about their presentation. They have upgraded it, you know, compared to when they started with that first win.
For sure, they're rocking the 921 Pro XP today on the Phoenix side, for sure. Guys, what kind of weight we got now? 13? Y'all are definitely doing something different than a lot of teams are doing today. You know, y'all kind of jumped over to the live scope, not fishing silent anymore.
Pretty much everything we got. He has. I haven't never come. He's been picking up a little bit though.
Okay. Hooked up? We continue to bring good luck. This is the kind of day we look for. Pull up on a boat and get to catch a fish. This is a team of Rob Lee and Steve Winslet. We were on them earlier today and they were kind of struggling. We saw them catch one earlier. He's just giving me an update. He's got 5 fish now. Just caught another one. Trying to coil up. Looks like it may be bigger than that one. Let's see if he's got another one he's going to compare it to. So this is going to help him a little bit. So he said he had about 10 pounds, so this may help him a little bit. All right, that's probably about a ½ pound call up. So he's probably sitting at about 10.5 pounds. Steve said he thinks it's starting to pick up, so they do have one about 3 pounds, so they do have one that's the right size of what they're looking for. They just need to find more of them.
Good thing every time y'all come around, we catch a fish.
I tell you what, man, we bring good luck.
I think this front coming in helpful.
Right. So those 3+ pounders, is it just a random deal? You just kind of finally eventually come across them?
It's a numbers game.
Right.
Really, no rhyme or reason. They still in that little spot.
Right.
I think today the later flight is the one that's going to do it. Unfortunately, we got to be in by the time they go to bite.
You just have to get your work done a little quicker, that's all. Oh, just had another swing and a miss here, Robbie.
Oh, man, that hurts. But like he said, it was a numbers game, and maybe they'll stumble upon a big one. And, you know, the big thing as well is Angler of the Year points. And we know these guys started off the year as our Angler of the Year leaders because they won the first event of the year, qualified for the championship. They're not worried about that. Now they're trying to get free entry fees for next year and the extra money that goes along with it for winning Angler of the Year, for overall or for your region. But right now, I believe they're, in the top 10? They should be in like 6th or 7th for Angler of the Year. Let me look on our side. Yeah, they are actually in 6th place behind Rutland and Cardin. So that's good. You see Godwin just a moment ago. They're on the outside. They're in 65th. They're just trying to make it to the championship. These guys are trying to win the AOY.
Well, Robbie, you know, we just saw these guys catch one and coal up about a ½ pound. So So that's the point they're in now. Every fish that they catch, if they can just keep calling, and inch their way up, then that's potentially extra points every time, and just gives them a chance of staying where they are in the point race.
Right. And in case you're not familiar with the point structure on the Alabama Bass Trail, there's 225 boats. If you win the event, you get 225 points, and we work our way down. We have not seen Josh Chappell, Paul Davis. They're leading right now, but their lead fairly small, 14 points. But that's 14 points they're not going to give up. You know, they've got that. It's up to everybody else to catch them. George and Sweeney was in second. Giddens and Giddens, we know that they were out there. They weren't too far from you guys. Johnny the Dream Weaver, Brian Graham in fourth, Rutland and Carden in fifth. And they're only 17 points out of the lead. And that's the team that you want to talk about fishing free. They've won an event, and it looks like Jason might have somebody with a fish on now as well. I guess it's just what Rob and Steve said. Later on in the day, things might be turning up, and things are starting to fire up. So it looks like a small fish for them.
Well,
the Godwins.
Well, Robbie, one of the things I have noticed here in just the last little bit is we had absolutely no wind first thing this morning, and at least where I'm at right now, I'm seeing a little bit of wind, and you know, I am on the lower end. It opens up more, it's a little bit wider, so it doesn't take a lot of wind to make a bit of a difference, and that could be just enough of a difference to really help these guys out a lot.
Yeah, and I recognize that area that they're at. I was thinking about that, and I told our producer that earlier. When you saw trees moving in the background, when we did our TH Marine weather report, it had 0 for our wind factor. I said, give us 1. It can't be 0. It's got to be 1. But is it breezy? I mean, I'm damn seeing the water move.
It's enough to put a chop on the water, but it's not too much to hinder fishing. Guys can pretty much fish anywhere they want to, but it is enough to kind of break up the surface clutter and kind of. And I think what happens is it affects the bait fish. And then it triggers, just had another swing and a miss, and it triggers the bass. It kind of triggers them into a feeding mode. When that bait fish starts getting affected by the wind, you know, the bass just take advantage of that. They're opportunists, and when they have an opportunity to feed easy, that's what they're going to do.
And it helps the angler too. Like, I mean, if some guys say are throwing a spinner bait, they're like, I need some wind. I need something to make that disturbance in the water. So, again, you're in the clearer side. Little breeze will help you if that's the bait or a similar type bait that you're throwing.
Yes, it just makes it a little bit harder for them to pick up exactly that surface clutter. Makes it harder for them to pick up on the fact that it's the bait that they're throwing is not real. So it makes it a little bit easier to trick the fish.
So we see the Godwins out away from shore. We're seeing these guys tighter as we look at another TH Marine weather report. So the temperature's moved up about 5 degrees, you know, and the miles per hour is now up to 4. But you know, with this rain coming in, low pressure, typically you say everybody doesn't mind it raining as far as catching fish. It might not be as comfortable, but for the most part, every angler I know does not mind a little rain to help kind of fire up these fish.
Anything to help get more bites.
I'd be like your guys, throwing the big bite baits there, one of our sponsors on the ABT. Can you see what they're throwing? I mean, I can see them flipping from the front. What are they throwing?
They've been alternating some different things. I know Rob has been throwing, which he's changed again. He's now throwing a white jig, but he was throwing a wacky rig, green pumpkin worm earlier. Looks like Steve's in the front of the boat still throwing a worm around. So they're mixing it up just a little bit. Again, it's that teamwork we talk about all the time, and the more coverage we give these guys, the more we realize that the teams that are consistently do well, you'll see them working like this. They rarely use the same baits. I mean, they're both on the front of the deck, so they're not far apart. They're trying to take advantage of every opportunity they have.
If you're both flipping, I mean, you need to both be up there and trying to hit that water same time, because
whoever's steering that vessel could kind of put you in a bad spot if you're in the back, because the boat just doesn't line up quite the same. Share it. Just got to watch your buddy, make sure he doesn't swing right into your head. We've seen bad things happen like that before.
Hey, if the fish is big enough, that can be okay too.
Things are still looking good here on Logan Martin, the fourth stop of 5 of the Alabama Bass Trail. Looking now live at Rob Lee, Steve Winslet. About 30 minutes left in our show. They have till 2:30. Everybody has at least till 2:30. First flight checks in. We'll start weighing in about 5 to 10 minutes after that. Lincoln's Landing, if you want to come out and join us on site. Shouldn't take forever. Hopefully the rain will hold off if you want to come out and join us in person. If not, alabamabasstrail.org or our Facebook page. You can watch live. I know Jason is caught up with another boat as well, trying to give you as many boats as we can. Darian looks like he's running. And Winslet and Lee look to be moving. Jason has Tom Fry and Mark Corbett. And they are on the fish, too.
Actually,
Jason, a limit for your guys.
They're not going to move.
Unless that was Darian. That's still our Godwins, isn't it? No, never mind. That was Darian that had the other guys. All right, Jason, and I will be able to hear you a little bit, but that was Darian that called out. So Darian actually had boat 86. Let you know what he had. Tom Fry and Mark Corbett had 5 for what, 12 maybe? They had a limit. So we go from the Godwins who are out there in the open to more bank beaters and trying to hit. There's definitely more vegetation from that shot, Darian, that I'm seeing than what I was seeing out of the Godwins.
Yeah, man. So the interesting thing we talked about earlier, these guys are actually fishing the almost same exact area of the lake as the Godwins were this morning when we were covering them. And we talked about fish getting in an area and areas turning on, not just that you hear that all the time in tournament fishing where an area turns on and there's a lot of bites going on. This is where we've seen all the people that we've seen with the better days today have been in this 200-yard stretch of bank, and they said that they've got 12, 13 pounds, but should have 17, 18 pounds with a buzzbait fish that came off this morning. Said it bit it multiple times and never ate, but he said they kept seeing the fish blow up. So we're going to follow these guys. They sound very confident and sound like they are having a very good morning so far. But again, no coincidence. This is a Phoenix boat. I'm not even trying to be cheesy with these sponsor plugs. I'm just trying to cover fishing the correct way. But it just turns out that, this is one of the prettier ones too. I like this gray stripe they got down the middle. Everybody's got an all black Phoenix, so it's hard to tell who's who. This one's got a gray stripe down the center, and it's pretty.
You got to set yourself apart, maybe, some purple in it, whatever it takes. Just, do something different. It is funny, though, and you talk about it, even though we're a 50-mile stretch of river, right? Coosa River or Logan Martin that you could choose from, we see a couple of guys that both have limits fishing the same water. It just shows you how small, even though with that much area, how small these areas can fish.
Yeah, and the other thing is we've got the iPads so you can see the locations of several of the anglers, and some of the you have these guys who are local sticks or local guys that catch them really well. They're names that you see on Facebook all the time. They always do good in tournaments. Some of those very popular names that you hear over and over and over, we've seen them in this exact stretch that I'm talking about, and they've been almost all of them have stopped in this stretch at some point in the morning so far, which is interesting to see that there's something to this. Now there's none of those guys that are still here, but every one of them has caught fish. I don't know if this is a good area to come get a quick limit or what the deal is, but it's interesting to see that every one of them guys you see a lot of times towards the top of the leaderboard have stopped in this area.
In that stretch. Did you, the one, and I'm not going to say their names yet because I don't want to divulge their location, but the guys we talked about earlier that I told you sat down and you said that was in that area, have you seen them yet? They're some of the ABT top guys.
They were leaving as soon.
Kenneth's got one.
They were
on.
leaving as soon as. Oh, hold on. I'll stop talking.
You just saw Steve Winslet.
They skied one in. Sorry, Kenneth. They skied one in.
These guys
They
have
were
kind of.
they were taking.
Yeah, they moved off the bank out to a point here out in a little bit deeper water, and Steve hooks up. We got another team right here in front of us that are good buddies of theirs. Had a little conversation. So I've been trying to get up to these guys and see how their day has gone as well. While I had the opportunity to cover another team. Hey, what's your boat number? Boat number? 104. Okay. What you got so far? This is boat number 4.
John Brown, Trey Sorrells, getting it done, and
it's John Brown and Trey Sorrells, and he says he's got no fish, so kind of got a case of the haves and have-nots here.
When I saw it on our other monitor, I know we generally do a quick cut. They weren't playing around. When they set the hook, of course you got to set the hook, but they had that fish flying in no time, trying to get it on board.
Yeah, and we're still watching them here, or I'm still watching them here. They're in the culling process, and they've gone through all their fish here, put them on a balance beam, and they found the smallest one and just put it back in, and we're adding a little bit of G juice to their limit there. So that's another opportunity to cull up, and we talked about it just a little while ago. Every fish that they catch is an opportunity to move up and gain some points.
The other pair behind you plucking out some backlash or professional overrun, but nobody saw that. Nobody saw that. So what is it they're looking at? I mean, is it a hump? Is it a ditch? I know typically you don't turn on your graph because they don't like the sound bouncing around, but they're both awful close to each other.
Hey, sorry, Robbie, I think you were talking to me, but I've had some earpiece troubles, and it keeps falling out of my ear, and I missed some of that. But
I get you. I would say they're actually pretty close to each other relatively. There's something underwater that I'm not seeing. I know we normally don't turn on our electronics because we don't want to interfere with the fish. But what is it they're looking at? Is it a ditch? Is it a hump? What is it?
It's a long point. So the boat that's in the camera now, there's a buoy to the left of them. I'm not sure if that's in the screen or not, but that's a long point that goes out there. It goes out towards the lake. You see the boat coming in on plane there. That boat's coming in off the lake, so that point goes out towards where that boat's coming in. Rob Lee and Steve Williams is actually behind that boat, a little bit further in the creek, and it's more of it's not really the point. It's kind of where the creek kind of makes a little turn about where the boat is you see in the screen, and turns out. So it's just another little ledge off the creek channel. It's not really a long point. It's more of just a drop off the creek channel. Got hooked up now.
Gotcha, Gibbs.
I noticed he was looking down at his screen. I wonder if he was using a live scope for that one.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. That's a perfect scenario, right? You're just watching them make that move towards the bait. You see the spot lock for them there. They want to hold on to that spot. But yeah, that little something different, like you're saying, whether it's coming into that creek, some little swing, you know, it's not just a straight wall, or this oftentimes it could be, but there's something
right.
that those fish are relating to.
And there are places like this that have brush
key.
piles on them too, so there could be brush piles in specific spots.
Oh, that's true too. Didn't even think about that.
So it's their first fish of the morning. So, you know, that's a team that's been struggling, catch a fish, and it, you know, could clue them into something. These guys could, you know, figure something out and still have plenty of time to get a limit.
And if it is a brush pile or something like that that these fish can relate to, that's why they lock down in. And either way, if it's even a drop, they want to try and follow that spot, see if they can stir it up one more time. And when I say stir up that spot, it could be a spotted bass, or probably is a spotted bass. We've heard mixed bags today
There's so much,
as well.
there's so much bait in these creeks that these fish will get in certain areas, and as the bait kind of travels through, it creates feeding opportunities. So, you know, you can fish through an area and not get bit, but if the timing gets right and the fish get a little more active, then all of a sudden you can start catching them. In some of these areas you can sit on for a while, and sometimes you just kind of have to let them rest. But it can definitely be a timing issue.
And look at this boat. You saw them. They weren't just camped at that spot. They actually moved around to get to that spot. But oftentimes it's not just one area, one generalized area. There's a spot in the spot, and that's the juice. And that's why it looks like they're spending a little more focus on this. Whether it's a little bit deeper drop, whether it's a brush pile, something is there that it looks like they have. And now you see the boat starting to move. They might be bailing on it. So let's take a look back at that last catch. Loaded up. Watch the angler in the back. He's power reeling, trying to get me. I got your net. I got your net. Oh, it's too late. But that one will keep. It has to be at least 12 inches, whether it be a spotted bass or a largemouth. You see the teammate coming up there, hitting the spot lock, making sure they hold on to that spot because they wanted to follow it up. Darian out on the water. We just saw a fish catch there. Who are you with, Darian?
I'm still on boat number 86, and you know they sound a little bit like they could be flustered about a lost big fish earlier, but they seem to be pretty happy with. They got 12 to 13 pounds, so they had one come off just a few minutes ago. I don't think it would have helped. It would have been close, maybe a two-pounder or so, but I don't think it would have probably helped them for what they've got now. It sounds like there's a fish catch going on live, but I'm going to stick with these guys for a minute. So if we need to bounce around camera-wise,
what do you think they have
catches,
total?
I say we do it. They said they had 12
with Fry and Corbett,
pounds.
what do you think they have total?
They said
12
they
or
had
13.
12
That's good.
Pounds. Yeah.
Well, that's really good.
That was the one where, yeah, and that was the one where they said that they had the buzzbait fish come off that would have had them around 16, 17, 18 pounds, they said. So it was a big one and just pulled, I don't know exactly, they said it missed it a couple times and just pulled off. So I imagine they're going to hit that same area again, wherever they had lost that bite at for sure, and make sure and hit that a couple more times throughout the day. But they're fishing the same stretch that we saw several of our key guys fishing. Oh, I say key guys that you typically hear being towards the top of the leaderboard in different local tournaments, and so they're in a good area. We'll just keep with these guys for a little while. Again, there's several people pulling back into this pocket again. Earlier we came in, there was no one here anymore, so maybe maybe it's a timing thing, and everyone knows to get here at 9:41.
Yeah, you can't afford a big miss, and that's what evidently they had earlier. Yeah, a big miss like that. Execution, I don't care what it. Oh, we're loaded up. But a miss. But it's no, it's a catch. Will it help though? When you got 12 or 13, that's probably a bubble fish, right? Got to be, what, 2.5?
Even if he's small, let's see him. We haven't got to see him any. Oh, he ain't small. Is that going to call or no?
Yeah, no, I was supposed to say it's got to be 2. That's a 2.5. It's right at it, 2.5. Oh, so they got one dink that could be a, yeah, that's going to help.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, get your ounces.
There you go. There you go, 3 ounces.
Every ounce counts.
Yep. 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 Y'all gonna fish the river side of this pocket or the inside? Stay on the river. Interesting. That's something different than we've seen so far. That's something different than what we've seen so far. Everybody that we've there's.
I've seen 4 or 5 boats come out here early this morning, and all these guys were talking out here how it is down the lake. Everybody's in the pocket. I think it's interesting.
Well, good thing we're catching them on Saturday then, because it has been tough. I don't want to talk too much about what we've seen with other guys, but y'all are definitely as much as we've seen so far. So, yep. So have you fished back at the same place where you lost the other big one this morning? Like y'all going to keep going back to that spot?
We'll run back down towards Riverside Marine a little bit. We're going to get this before all the boats are actually gets in.
Yeah.
Everybody seems to right before waiting.
This where they're going to stop at?
Way on this up here.
Yeah, that's right. Well, we're going to stick around, y'all. Hopefully y'all catch 2 more big ones. We're wrapping up live here in about 15 minutes, so we'll stick around probably till then, but after that, good luck.
So yeah, that's how you get it done. You can't lament off the one that got away. Darren, going to stick with them in our final 15 minutes. We'll be taking a break here in just a moment. But Tom Fry and Mark Corbett with a catch that helped call a couple of ounces there at the end. Again, it's the Alabama Bass Trail. We are catching fish today. Had a couple of teams, several teams with limits already. Who's going to have the biggest limit of the day and walk away with that $10,000 prize? Those 3 ounces could make the difference. All you need is just a little bit more than the next guy. Again, stick with us. Our final 15 on the ABT from Logan Martin.
Alabama Bass Trail Live, presented by Black Rifle Coffee, is brought to you by Phoenix Boats, Bush Light, Bahio Sunglasses, Bill Penny Automotive, and by TH Marine. There's more straight ahead.
At Phoenix Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends,
we truly love the sport of fishing.
That's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
Bill Penny Toyota is Alabama's #1 volume Toyota dealer. But that's not the only reason to get to know Bill Penny. Enjoy a 10-year unlimited warranty on every new Toyota in stock. Get 1 year of 24/7 roadside assistance. Test drive for the chance to win $5,000. You heard right. 5,000 big ones. Plus, choose from over 700 new Toyotas in stock and price to move. Bill Penny Toyota is Alabama's #1 volume Toyota dealer. Get to know us today.
You let me see.
some things ain't worth keeping. Yesterday's traditions, today's adventures, tomorrow's memories. Now that's something worth keeping. Fish Alabama and find your keeper.
For more information, visit fishalabama.org.
On the Water live coverage is brought to you by Academy Sports and Outdoors, by Strike King, Lose, by Garmin, and by Alabama State Parks. There's more to come. Stay with us.
At Phoenix Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends,
We truly love the sport of fishing.
that's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
Stetson Blaylock, Todd Auden, Hank Fury, let's go!
Garmin Live Scope, I tell you right now, if you don't have it, you are behind. It's just wild. It's like a video game.
If you do not have that Garmin Live Scope, you are definitely missing out.
Bassmaster Classic champion!
Nobody wants to run out of power when they're on the water. There is a better way. Introducing the Charge Marine Power Management Station from PowerPole that does the work of 3 devices: a traditional battery charger, a charge on the run, and an emergency start system. PowerPole Charge.
You see this, it's not the Brady Bunch, but we are a happy family here on the Alabama Bass Trail presented by Phoenix Boats. It's time to wrap up our Black Rifle morning show with our Bush Light Roundup. Jason, take it away. What you got?
Well, I think today the key is going to be changing conditions. All week long we've had rain. The water's been rising. Today, we're going to get some rain a little later on the day, but the water's been falling. So we were up a creek earlier and the water was really muddy. So that's really pushed in a lot of color into the current here, and it's just a lot of changes are happening. So what's going to be the big deal for guys today are going to be able to make those adjustments. Some guys caught fish in practice really shallow. Some guys caught fish out deep. Some guys caught fish running the bank, and we've seen all of that today. We just left the Godwins here just a minute ago. They were already out deep running Garmin Live Scope and catching fish. First time I'd seen that at all today. We started out really early this morning on a boat that was just south of the I-20 bridge, had just slid into a little area offset off the main river, running the grass, fishing dirt shallow. I mean, my trolling motor's dragging the ground. So we've seen all areas of the lake today. Each of our teams have been all over the lake. I've been kind of focusing on the midsection of the lake, and I've seen it all, from deep to shallow. Changing conditions is the key today, I think, for the midsection of the lake. Kenneth, tell us what's going on your end of the lake.
You know, Jason, I find it interesting that you keyed on changing conditions, because we've definitely seen that. This area that I'm in now, I'm seeing some breeze. I've really seen the activity pick up because of it. You know, this morning there was no breeze. The water was flat, calm. Some guys kind of struggling. As we moved on today, we started finding more teams that were actually having more success. We've seen several teams in this 10 to 12 pound range. It's going to be interesting to see how these guys make adjustments or keep moving. It seems like maybe it's covering enough water. Eventually you find the 3 pounder here or 3 pounder there. Maybe get lucky and get a 5 pounder somewhere. that's what it's going to take to do well into this tournament. Probably Steve one that's still here over my shoulder, and they just caught another one, just coiled up a little bit again. They're coiling up by ounces, but as we talked earlier, it's all about points. You need to get as many points as you can, and the more times they coil, the more chances they have to move up the leaderboard, keep their spot in the AOI race. So, you know, we're only here half the day really with this live coverage, so there's a lot's going to happen this afternoon. We've seen one small shower come through. We're expecting more showers coming through. That's going to make a difference to a lot of these teams. A lot of these teams are in areas where there's a lot of fish. Maybe these storms or changing conditions will kind of get these fish ignited, make it a little bit easier to catch them. We get those quality fish start biting, and next thing you know, these guys come in with really good weights. I think it's going to be a really exciting weigh-in. Be sure to tune back in at our weigh-in time. I've been down here on the south end of the lake, clearer water, more open water, a lot of guys moving around, covering a lot of water, still seeing docks, I'm seeing points. So it has been a little bit of everything here. I know Darian has been more upriver, and let's go to him and let him tell us what he's seen so far this morning.
Yeah, it's been, you know, it's similar to what everyone else is seeing. I think for us, one thing that's really interesting where we ended up the day at, if we can look down this left-hand side of this point here, that's where the Godwin brothers were. And then on the right-hand side of this point is where the other guy that we were just covering, they had 12 to 13 pounds, and the guy at the time, the Godwins, at 12, 13 pounds. They're literally fishing the same exact stretch on different sides. What I saw this morning was a lot of guys fishing really, really fast. Shad spawn baits, really fast-moving stuff, buzz baits, swim jigs, just burning it down. After that first 2 hours or so, everyone's really, really slowing down. And the last boat that we were on, fishing really slow, pitching a jig at the edge of the grass, saying they're done fishing fast, they're done looking for lots of bites. Now they're trying to upgrade that bag. And I'm imagining by the look of how everyone's fishing now, everyone's slowed down. A lot of times that's a couple things. Now they're wanting to slow down and try to finish that limit, and you know, let's just get a limit. And so that's kind of your perception, is we've been fishing too fast, let's slow down. So there's that going on, and there's a lot of guys who've now slowed down, throwing bigger baits, trying to get a bigger bite. And a lot of times, not always, but a lot of times that's what you do. Whether they're flipping grass, flipping the edge of the grass, those are slower presentations, flipping boat docks like back behind us. Those are tactics that a lot of times are going to get bigger bites. And so that's another reason you would slow down at this time, getting close to the middle of the day, then probably the middle point of their tournament. But like we've said, like it's been said on this live so far, we're only covering about half the day, or I guess a little more than half of the tournament day, but there's a lot of fishing left. If you can make the right adjustments and you've got that 12-pound stringer of fish, and you can get a 5-6 pound bite, or even several 4-pound bites, either of those, you know, are going to help you a ton. And there's so much time left in today that I think the guy who, or the team that can stick with it and certainly look for those bigger bites is going to be, that's the name of this game. So going to be interesting to see what happens for the second half of this day. And as far as I've seen, that's basically my recap. That's what I've seen. So for me, for today, right here on a little above the I-20 side of the lake, between I-20 and the boat ramp, that's what we've got. So Robbie, if you're ready in the studio, I'm going to toss it on over to you, and we'll wrap this sucker up. But we appreciate everyone watching, Facebook Live, YouTube, everywhere you're watching now. We appreciate it, and hope you've enjoyed some good fish catching today.
Darren, I hope you had fun out on the water, and as the guys just mentioned, a lot of different varieties that we were seeing out there. This morning, you had to make hay while the sun shined. If it was a shad spawn, whatever it is, it looked like, for the most part, these fish were a little bit tighter to the bank, and as each one of the guys talked about, progressively started slowing down, pulling off. You're going to see some of these guys that are probably going to be fishing some of these deeper fish that have been in there the whole time, dragging more stuff and getting slow and looking at the Garmins that we saw there at the end. Teams like the Godwins. And I want to point out, we only have 3 cameramen out on the water. There's 225 boats in this tournament looking to win $10,000 today. Even then, we've got, cameras on board that will make the television show out of it on Valley Sports Southeast. But again, I'd like to thank Jason, Kenneth, and Darian for doing what you do out on the water. We're going to get you that coverage for Valley Sports. But if you're local, you're in the neighborhood, weather's holding off right now.
A little bit of a shower early on, but today at 2:30, the first flight checks in. We've got a ton of guys out there catching fish. And back to what I was talking about with the Godwins, when you can catch that 10, 11, 12 pounds early and then go out and do something different, that's when everything's going your way today. Joey Adderhold, we saw them doing stuff a little different, you know, hanging around those docks. They're probably where they want to be at this time during the day. Again, it's all about catching those fish at the right time, slowing down, and making it count. We heard one big miss that could cost a team. You've got to execute on the Alabama Bass Trail. We saw just a moment ago, Fry and Corbett. I know Tom Fry looking for an extra $10,000. Just got that new Phoenix boat, and he's looking to do things in a big way and take the title here at Logan Martin. So again, it's a fourth stop of 5. We'll be weighing in starting at 2:30. The first flight checks in on behalf of Jason, Kenneth, and I'm Robbie Floyd. Darian, he's out there as well. We hope to see you this afternoon. Kay, we miss you. Montevalo's playing today, and go Falcons.
Phoenix Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends,
we truly love the sport of fishing.
That's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built